I say I should be live. I really should be saying we are live because today I've got a guest, but I'm also the guest on someone else's channel at the exact same time.
It's fun how that works, huh?
Yeah,
Uh,
it's technology, the thing that screwed everything up today.
I know. Don't worry. We did it in the end, and I think that's what matters. You know, we ended up
Ah,
here, and we're good. We're good.
I am trying to figure out where the stream is playing from because I hear us and I shouldn't hear us. There we go. Oh, I need to stop hearing this. I'm hearing two of me, and I already hate hearing one of me, and that's enough for me. Let me actually set this to be the correct video that we are going over, and not my opening, but I don't want to listen to this man speak right now, so I'm just going to have that playing right there. He will be an ever-present force watching over us. That is terrifying. So, for anybody who is over on my channel and is not familiar with Hannah Reloaded, they are the other half of the Bible Reloaded podcast from anybody who was an atheist on YouTube from years back. Probably should know about that because I kept on hearing people talk about it to me as I was starting on YouTube, saying, "Hey, have you checked out this podcast?" And well, now apparently I am working with at least one of the people. I've worked with Jake before, so
Well, there you go. You got
I've
the whole
officially
set.
worked with both.
It's like it's like collecting a Charizard, a Blastoise, and whatever the third one was that I don't remember.
Okay, so considering that Bulbasaur was my starter, I take great offense now.
That's okay.
I immediately take great offense.
It's okay for you to be wrong. One of the early gyms. Wait, no, that would be right because one of the early gyms is water, so you would want to get plant because water's weak against plant, right? I'm weak on my Pokemon knowledge. Sorry.
Bulbasaur learned Leech Seed and Vine Whip early, which made the first gym easy because it was rock, and it made the second gym easy because it was water, and the third gym was electric, and grass doesn't have any issue with electric, so it was easy there too.
Okay.
Just grass was the way to go. It was the easy way out.
Well,
because I'm bad at video games.
I don't think I literally ever started with Bulbasaur because I think Bulbasaurs are ugly.
See, I think Venusaur is ugly, but I love Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's precious to me. But Venusaur is it's like Venusaur does not have a glow up. Charmander has a glow up.
Yeah.
Every Charmander has that awkward teenage face. I hate the look of Charmeleon, but as soon as Charmander becomes Charizard, you're just like, oh, you're fine. You know that friend in high school that everybody made fun of, but once they became an adult, they were hot. That's Charmander. That's Charmander.
Okay. Sure, I can see that.
That friend that you had that grew up to become a Call for an Upriser, Alex Jones, that's Venusaur. They just grow up and now you're just ashamed of what they've become.
Yeah, they talk about vaccines in really bad ways all over the internet. I can see that.
God, now I'm just imagining Bulbasaur being all cute and then turning into Venusaur and just hosting their own podcast where they're going, "Okay, guys, we need to talk about the chemtrails." And no, not my poison powder. That's definitely real.
Venusaur participated in the January 6th riots at the Capitol. Fun fact.
Oh, dearie me, my. See, now I'm... God, see, now knowing that Venusaur has things like Solar Beam, a literal handheld, almost nuclear device that it has access to, just imagining if people had Pokemon during the January 6th riots.
It's okay. Mewtwo supports democracy, so he's got it. It's all good.
Does Mewtwo? I'm pretty sure Mewtwo is actually...
He'd be an anarchist, probably.
I actually think Mewtwo's the Ayn Rand of the Pokemon universe.
Oh, no!
Because his whole shtick early on was hey, so there are certain Pokemon who were born better than others, and these ones are clones, and they are the ones that are born special, so they need to be the ones that are given more rights.
Okay.
No, Mewtwo is literally the Ayn Rand of the Pokemon universe.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
That is terrifying to think about, and I hate that.
Maybe what's the one Pokemon that's like a swarm of weird symbols? Maybe they'll save us.
Unknown.
Yeah.
Unknown.
Maybe they'll
We
do
will
it.
be we will be saved by the English alphabet as translated into monster form by a Japanese company. Because that makes perfect sense.
By the way, chat, if you want to check out Suris, here are the channels in chat, both YouTube and here on Twitch.
And if anybody is watching over on my end, every time I click away from that, it tries to unfull screen. There we go. That's my problem. So for anybody who's on my end who is noticing that my screen keeps on flipping between this lovely image of a man staring down at us and judging us for our existence, and also the picture of my friend Wayne on a tombstone. If you want context for that, well, tomorrow the new episode of Sunset City will come out and you'll know why he's on a tombstone. You'll know why he's dead. But I have also put Hannah's link into my Twitch as well. So if you are watching over on my end and you are somehow not familiar with Hannah, then please click that link. It will take you over to her channel as well. And I just got a bunch of people following me, or rather two. I saw. Okay, so in Streamlabs, I saw followed. I didn't see that some of them were 30 minutes ago. So I was like, oh shit, that's a lot. Then I clicked on it and went, oh, it's not a lot. Okay, good. That means I'm not going to be swarmed by my thing trying to scream at me that, oh, you've got a bunch of people following you today.
Chat, go follow. Everyone go follow just so the opposite happens. Okay, go do it.
But then Lulu from League of Legends is going to keep screaming in my ear that I should never look a tulip in the eye, and that scares me.
Good. You should be scared. Today we're covering Baz FCZ. Fear is the only appropriate response.
Card Shark has also redeemed on my end. Oh whoa! So for those who are unfamiliar with VTubers, we tend to have a list of cringy anime dialogue that people can pay channel points to make us say. So if I end up randomly saying dumb anime shit, that's the reason why, and I apologize profusely. But also, you came here for this, so it's fine.
This is gonna spice up the stream. I'm very excited for all the. I think there's like there are several people in my chat in particular who will probably enjoy that. So I guess it's their day.
I have to BRB for 2 seconds because if you can hear my dog in the background,
Yeah.
she is yelling and screaming for to be let outside, and she is being very insistent. And this is the perfect time, right as the recording, not the recording, but the going live starts. That's when she goes, "Ah, yes, now is my time."
If you need to go do that, I will keep chat entertained, more or less, as much as I am able to do so. Oh, good. He left. Okay. This creeps me out, by the way. I talked about this earlier off stream. The VTube avatar all of a sudden just gets dead eyes. It's like there's still something there. There's still movement, but it's in like idle mode. It's like the ghost of a hentai character.
Okay. I am back.
Oh, good.
And I have almost been killed by my cat.
Okay, I'm glad you didn't die. Your avatar is horrifying when you're not controlling it. I think I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and it's gonna be dark in my room and that thing's gonna be staring at me and it's gonna like cut my head off or something. I don't know. It scares me when no one's like controlling it. It's just so neutral.
So I could just also be this person just going and just pop it like that.
When are we gonna get the terrible, low-budget Hollywood horror movie about a VTube avatar that comes to life and starts killing streamers? That seems like the kind of thing that they'd be like, what are the kids into? The VTubes?
The kids are into VTube. What if the VTuber killed everyone? Little did they know. It is actually because of VTubers that we are going to have the entire human race no longer repopulating because they're going to be too busy thinking about their anime waifus. So actually VTubers will kill the human race.
That's the twist. Directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Quinn said, "Oh crap, there is another OO in there. I am so sorry for not getting to Oh whoa. Oh whoa." I did not even see that another one had popped in there. It's probably because that was when I ran to go take care of Growlithe. So I ran to go take Growlithe outside, and for my audience knows that Growlithe is an Australian Shepherd mixed with a Border Collie. So and Hannah, from what I understand, you actually know what it's like to deal with one of those as well.
Border Collie. Hold on. My
Border
mom
Collie
hasn't...
mixed with Australian Shepherd.
Border Collie. Oh, Jake's dog.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I have one of those as well, and she is very insistent.
Yeah, Jake's dog freaks out both when you enter the house and if you try and leave, he will freak out. He's such a nice dog, but he doesn't know how big he is.
That's the same thing with Growlithe. If you leave the house, she will start clawing on windows and at the door, and anything she can that she thinks can get in, anything that is in between you and her, she will try to destroy.
OWOs have been redeemed.
I see that there have been many OWOs redeemed, and I recognize that I'm about to hate my life. Okay. So...
You remember I said you might want to put a time gap?
Yeah. Yeah.
Feeling it?
I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
Come on, I want to hear those OWOs.
Oh, God.
Do it. Come on.
Oh, whoa.
Okay,
oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Randaful has also redeemed them. So, oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Monkey Gamer from Moon also hates my life. So, oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Starstrike Prime redeemed it as well because they also think that I need to die a fiery death. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. And there's also... Yeah, no, I'm definitely putting a cap on that. None of y'all can be fucking trusted. Fjord Horse has redeemed it as well as Quince, as well as Alpha Mario X, and Quince again. Yeah, no, none of you can be trusted with my life. If I was dangling off of the edge of a skyscraper and y'all had the ability to save my life, you would make the decision based on how memeable it would be. Jesus Christ.
They'd probably make you say, oh, whoa.
No, they would try to make me say uwu because it takes 50,000 channel points.
Wait, what?
For them to get me to say that.
What's the difference between oh, whoa and uwu? They sound almost exactly the same.
So there is, first of all, I have to get through these because I hate my life.
Okay.
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. I hate all of you. Oh, whoa.
I'll do some with you. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa.
So, the difference between the two is very minimal. Basically, it's the difference between the eyes being open on the anime avatar and the eyes being closed on the anime avatar. Like, that's really the big difference between the two. But a meme war got started between the two to the point where even in... are you familiar with Splatoon on the Switch and on the Wii U?
I'm aware of its existence, yes.
So there was even a Splatfest on there, which is basically where players pick a side in a battle to go against each other. Sometimes it's Decepticons versus Autobots, that type of thing, like a good versus evil type of thing, dogs versus cats. Well, one of the Splatfests was literally Owo versus Uwu, and unfortunately, Uwu won by 66% of the votes and battles during that, and it is a war that is remembered very, very angrily. So I am trying to figure out how do I put manage requests, because I need to put a leash on you fuckers, and don't I sincerely hope that none of you read into that at all.
The internet was a mistake. I've officially decided. Thank you for showing me the light today.
The internet was a mistake, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Every single one of you guys that logged into the internet and decided that you wanted to be a part of this community with multiple people, you are part of the problem, and I am so sorry. There's now a 5-minute redemption timer. Ideally, if Twitch doesn't break on OWOs, because none of you are responsible enough to handle this. Quince has also redeemed another one because I hate my life. It's never been this bad. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. But this is like freaking... So I live in the Atlanta area in Georgia, and there's a place called Marietta Square where people used to gather in the hundreds to play Pokemon Go when that was new. Okay. And I'm remembering that, like, the police officers in that area basically had this whole live and let live approach for a while to people being in there after 3 a.m. Until one guy hopped onto a pole, a lamppost, and started screaming Team Valor, and then the broke the lamppost. And I remember, like, the news was there that day when that happened and everything, and my brain was just like, this is why we can't have nice things. It's all Team Valor's fault. This is why
I've decided the internet wasn't a mistake. Human beings were a mistake. The internet, in and of itself, did nothing wrong. Humans taint everything we touch. Okay.
So I think that the solution is for the human race to have a collective abortion. Sorry, pro-lifers. Sorry. We have to be so thoroughly pro-choice that we recognize we're the problem now.
Sure. I'll woe to that. Oh, whoa.
Remember, if you think the human race was not a mistake, then you think that Kent Hovind coming about as a result of it was not a mistake.
Have you seen Kent Hovind's Sovereign Citizen stuff?
I actually have not seen his Sovereign Citizen stuff. Strangely enough, I have covered his sycophants more than I've covered him on my channel.
Yeah, I do Sovereign Citizens a lot. Do you know, like, what Sovereign Citizens are, vaguely?
Oh, I'm very aware.
Okay. So Kent Hovind, the whole reason he went to prison was because he was refusing to collect taxes for any reason on his property.
Because he got hit for structuring.
Yeah, and he claims that the government doesn't have the right to come on or tax his property because he claims that his property that he had at the time is a sovereign nation that does not do business with the United States, despite the fact that it is an amusement park within the continental U.S.
Not to mention... Okay, so I actually know where they think that the United States is a business, too. There's a weird... It's a legal document from, I think, Massachusetts that said that for the purpose of that document, the United States would be treated as a nation, so that all of the laws that exist for corporations would exist for the United States for the purpose of the document.
Okay.
And because I had a friend of mine who is or not a friend anymore, but who was a friend of mine who was a sovereign citizen, who threw that at me. They threw that at me and they were like, you see, the United States is a business. And if I use these magic words that say that I no longer do no longer do business with the business of the United States that I did not offer to pay for, then I am no longer beholden to them or their laws or their rules. And I'm just like, that's not... It's amazing how much of the sovereign citizen stuff really feels like they think there's a group of magic words they can say.
Yeah, it's like they fundamentally don't understand where power comes from, like why the government has power to make laws and enforce those laws. I think they have a fundamental misunderstanding of basically the entirety of how society functions.
Well, because they don't think that society is a thing at all that they should be beholden to. Like, the idea of... I know we mentioned, like, MGTOW being Ayn Rand, but, like, it kind of comes back to that a little bit, too. Like, the idea that you are part of a larger body of people, and there are responsibilities that you have within that larger body of people. That whole idea seems to be lost on them, and it's kind of sad, because at one point you just have to go, okay, so let's take your ideal society, your ideal sovereign citizen society, where everybody is their own island. Now, if we take this, we do the whole reductio ad absurdum thing. We've accepted your society for what it is. Now, if I walk out of my house in your society, I am infringing on the rights of other people. Because by leaving my little island space, I have now necessarily walked into somebody else's little island space without their consent.
Yep. Doesn't make any sense. I don't. Have you, speaking of like sovereign citizens and lol cows in general, have you seen Marcel Bisset at all?
No, I haven't.
Marcel
I am
Bisset.
not familiar with this person.
I gotta send you a link to this guy to look at later. Marcel Bisset is bonkers. He has declared himself an emperor, and he is currently building his, let's call it a society. I would maybe call it a cult. Let me see.
But you know, we live in a society covered with water.
I knew we live in a society. The Joker taught me that.
I was going for Kent Hovind, but I don't think there's much of a difference between the two.
No. They've killed the same number of people. That's a fact. Don't look it up.
I mean, there was a kid that drowned at his amusement park.
That's true.
That is unfortunate. I like random guy in your chat. We do indeed inhabit a civilization.
But seriously, Marcel like calls people up and he threatens them, like people who work for the government, and he's like, "You're liable because you're making people wear masks and it's a genocide."
Is he one of those like First Amendment auditor types?
I don't think I've seen him like go into a business and do stuff like that. But he like does stuff over the phone. So like a famous meme on our channel about it is because he called someone and they were like, "Sir, like you need to talk to someone else about this," because he basically called the front desk at some government agency and was screaming about genocide at the secretary or whoever, and she's like, "I'm a judge, bitch, you're fucked." And it's like, oh wow, you're not a judge, Marcel, calm down.
I don't know what he'd consider himself a judge of, though certainly not a good judge of character.
Yes, if
so
you
Marcel Bisset.
Yes. If you cover him, make sure you make it clear that you do not consent to any legal action. Because, as we all know, as sovereign citizens say, you need to consent to legal action. So just, you know, tell him you don't consent and then he won't sue you.
Again, it's the magic words thing.
Yeah.
There was a video that I was sent of this guy who's an older gentleman who, and it was sent to me from, again, the friend of mine who was a sovereign citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And the video was this older gentleman. He was recounting an experience that he had in court. Now, if you've ever been to court, and it's not like you're there as part of a group of people, not you're there, you know, the individual trial is your trial and blah, 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 blah. You go there with a bunch of people, and then when it's time to talk about what you've done, the judge calls you up and then says, "Hey, these are the things that you are accountable for. You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about that? You know, do you have like they'll go over, you know, what you did, what you owe the society, the state, whatever. And then you go about your business. Like, that's it. Like, if you've ever had a parking ticket and you've had to go to court for something, that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
It's very cut and dry. So he said that when he got called up for, it was he was driving without a license. And when he got called up, the guy or the judge gave him the things, and he said effectively these sovereign citizen magic words. You know, are you revoking? It was like, are you revoking my right to travel? Something like that. And just like apparently led him down this logic hole. Oh god, now I'm thinking, stick that in my logic hole. That's okay. Anyway, but he went through this whole like, let's go through this, and then apparently the judge like got flabbergasted and said, "Fine, we can't fine you for anything legally. We're not allowed to." Blah 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 blah. And then the next person comes up and goes, "Well, I have a traffic violation too, ma'am, and I want to do what that man did." And then just when, does anybody else have traffic violations here? Okay, you all can leave. And I'm just like, that's not how court works.
Mm-mm.
That's how a false court in a movie works. But that, like, he was showing me that video and he was going, "See, this is proof that the state is a corporation." It's like, dude, this was an old man telling you a bedtime story. That's your proof.
Yeah, I don't understand. They just want to believe it so bad. It's sad. It's funny in some ways, but it's also really sad that a lot of these people fall for this stuff. I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, and then they end up walking around like carrying guns at all times as well, and you're just like, wait, why do you have that? Is it because there's something about the society that makes you feel unsafe?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Are you okay? Do you think your enemies are in the trees? Is the government actually Keebler elves and they're coming to rip out your pants or something? Is that what we're doing?
I think if they were Keebler elves, we'd get more free cookies, which
You'd think that.
would be good.
I mean, wait, in any of the Keebler elf advertisements, did they ever make the cookies to give away? Or were they always to sell?
I don't know. I would think that I feel like baking cookies in a tree is probably a safety hazard in the first place, but like,
I just
are they
saw a
working for what corporation owns the Keebler Elves cookies? Are they slaves for that company? Do they own the business?
It's one of the two. I am of the opinion that what's with all the stars all of a sudden on my end? I don't know. I also just noticed that I got like 1,000 followers randomly, but they're all bunches of numbers and letters jumbled together.
That happened to me the other day too. It's bots. They'll get removed by Twitch in the next week or so.
Good, because I just like, I want more followers, but I kind of don't want them that way.
Yeah.
That would be like, not like that, please.
Yeah.
MH Dark Beast has redeemed. Finally, there is one of these that is legitimate and not part of a spam brigade. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Yeah, bot raids. They're and no, there will be no uwu. Remember, owos are 500 points. Uwus are 50,000, because that is the price of war. If the meme's going to exist, we have to go through the entire thing. Asmodeus in my chat says, I actually saw that thing happen before. A judge asked to see everyone's parking tickets after a cop rode out 3,000 of them due to a storm, keeping people off the highway. Judge was looking at Dayton, who rode it, and saying, okay, bye, killing that. Yeah, but see, that's a different situation. That's where there was like an extra circumstance that caused him to reevaluate the nature of the ticket. This was the sovereign citizen said the magic words, and now everybody needs to go do the thing. Also, Kellogg's owns Keebler. Well, Kellogg's... Wait, was Kellogg's the company that made a cornflake that was supposed to make you stop wanting sex?
That was Kellogg's. Yes, it was Dr. Kellogg, and he had like some sort of health center that was kind of woo-woo bullshit too. Yeah, cornflakes were supposed to calm you down and be so bland it made you not horny anymore.
Just why? Okay, I have to ask in situations like that, what is it about sex that scares you? Like, I can understand like just a random ace person going, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. But can you imagine somebody just sitting there going, this thing that is required for the human population to sustain itself is so gross and deplorable that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that nobody else has it ever again.
Yeah, he also was a big proponent and helped make circumcision in the United States the norm as opposed to sort of a specifically religious thing. Because a lot of Americans take it for granted, but like, it's not common in most of the world to get circumcisions just because. Usually it's a religious thing.
Oh, I know. So one of the friends who I'm doing the Sunset City podcast with, Channel Pub, he's in the UK, and he's made a children's book character called the Foreskin Thief because of the weird obsession with cutting off foreskins in America.
Yeah.
So he posted it on Twitter, and like me and a few other people already knew about it beforehand before he posted it like live. And we were just like, you know what? I feel bad that all of Twitter knows about this, but we're more angry that we've known about it longer, and it's been burned into our retinas for more time.
Sometimes you just gotta steal some foreskin, you know? That's in the Bible, too, actually.
Yes.
God
Daniel?
asked, for 100 foreskins, and he brought 200. Actually, I think that was a king that he was trying to ally with, or he wanted to marry his daughter or something, and the king was like, bring me 100 foreskins, and he brought 200.
Bring me the foreskins of the Gentiles so that they can be properly converted. That whole just... What is it with, like, imagine you're a god and you're creating the perfect image of yourself, and then you're just like, wait, hold on. I can't make them perfect. Get rid of that fucking foreskin. Cut that off.
I always wonder the consistency of a bag of foreskins. Like, does it remain squishy, or, like, after a while, does it get, like, satisfyingly crispy? You know what I mean? Like they dry out, and then you kind of push the bag, and it's like a bag of dry leaves, and you can just kind of feel it.
You just kind of crunch it together.
Yeah. It'd be it's like autumn. Sometimes you need to jump into a big pile of dried foreskins and just feel the season, you know?
Some DJ was saying, I want to plug Suris' coupon code in Hannah's... Okay. I could do my own plugging where that's concerned, but for those who don't know, I actually have an affiliate in DDLG Playground who they literally have told me in an email they do not care how I advertise them so long as I do. Which is great, because then I can cover, like, whenever, like, I'm covering somebody and they plug their stuff in the beginning of their episode, like if it's Lauren Chen and she starts going over whatever plug she's working with, I'm just like, or you can buy a dildo from this website and go fuck yourself.
Good, what's the word? Good, transition? That's not the word I'm looking for, though. Segue. Good segue.
Segue. Like, it's... Said, my brain will never recover from that mental image. Apparently you've killed Safwolf in my chat with a mental image of foreskin collecting in a bag.
Well, I've done my job, then.
Remember, our job as YouTubers and Twitch streamers is not to entertain you. It is to introduce you to concepts that will be burned into your psyche for the rest of your life. And the awkward silence after that will also be burned into your psyche for the rest of your life. Deal with it.
Yeah.
But we do have a guy who's been looming behind us this whole time, awkwardly. And I am just waiting for those bot follows to die off. I have turned the audio off for them. And they are still going. Can I skip the alerts? Does it just skip one? I hope it just skips. No, it skips only one. Damn it! Damn it.
It's okay. We can listen to you to click a button 1,000 times. Just like a cookie clicker stream. Just gotta...
Hello, everyone. I am now playing Adventure Communist. I need more potatoes. I'm clicking the button for my potatoes. Many potatoes. So, Blue Cat Shadow says, why is this conversation a thing? Okay, so I have a question. Why aren't more of your conversations about foreskins, Blue Cat Shadow?
Yeah.
Please, explain to me.
We already talked about the texture. Do we need to talk about the smell? What's the smell of a bag of fresh foreskins?
I wonder what the consistency of a foreskin wallet is.
I was gonna say musky, but that's a scent. But I feel like musky is the correct term regardless.
That's an interesting wallet you have there. What's it made out of? The foreskins of the enemies I killed to date my wife. Just why?
The price for a foreskin belt. Oh, you know what? Country singers, snakeskin boots, out of fashion. You know what you could do? Foreskin boots.
Foreskin boots.
Okay. They could even be vegan if you get the consent of all the people whose foreskins you've taken.
Oh my gosh. You know what the worst part is? You can be a Christian foreskin boot seller, and when they ask what the sole's made out of, just go, look, we don't know, but all I know is that I saved it today. And if you buy these boots, that soul will go to heaven. If you give someone a foreskin hat, would you call them then a dickhead?
But
Jesus. Those are still going. I clicked like 100 times, and those are still going.
Yeah, they're gonna be going for the rest of the stream probably.
Jeez, why? So I understand that, like, it's some asshole like just in their mom's basement, just hitting a button that makes them happy, and like I'm happy they're happy, but also now I can't have Lulu scream in my ear without it being for follows that don't exist. And that just feels bad. That just feels very bad. And I don't like it. But we do have this specimen looming behind us, and it's going to be very agitating for anybody watching this, because there are going to be those follows playing the whole time. And note, actually, I'm just going to pause that alert cue. Sorry, none of those follows are going to play now. If anybody follows afterwards, I apologize greatly. But the bots have ruined it for you. They've ruined everything for you. But this is, again, I have no idea how to pronounce this person's name.
I call him Bass FZZ. I don't know what else to call him.
I'm just going to go with Bass.
Okay, sure.
I was going to go with, like, Bazaz or something, but guess we'll just go with Bass.
Sure.
So, okay. I'm not going to poison the well and introduce this person because I don't know enough about them. I got handed their content by someone else and then went, oh, this is a thing. I then sent it to Hannah as we were trying to figure out what we wanted to collaborate over, and Hannah just went, oh, I know this guy.
Yep.
So I'm going to let you introduce him, and then we'll get into the video itself. But so I am unfamiliar with him, and I think that my audience, anyone who's not familiar with you, is probably also unfamiliar with him. So let's poison that well right up.
Oh yeah, I want a full-on Toy Story, someone poisoned the water hole. This is how bad this is going to be. So Bass here is an interesting individual, to put it lightly. He is a single man who has been, let's say, #red-pilled. He is sort of a MGTOW. There are words that I would use to describe him, but I'm not allowed to on Twitch. How do I put this? He is an apologist for assault, an apologist for crimes committed against women, and his excuse is often something along the lines of, well, she should have been with a man to protect her. Why wouldn't she date me? Because I would have protected her. A really good example of this is at one point he did a video on the #StopStalking thing that was going on for a while when a streamer or something was being stalked and was trying to bring attention to the issue of stalking. And he made a whole video where he was making fun of it and literally brought up an actual murder case where a woman who had been stalked and moved, and the stalker found her, went into her home, broke in, and killed her. And his justification was, well, he beat her in, quote, Mortal Kombat, so it's fine. She should have either fought harder, gotten a dog, or had a husband to protect her. This guy is disgusting. This guy's one of the worst MGTOW dudes that I've ever covered, and I always hate covering him. I have at least one video of his in the Chud Watch Hall of Shame, which is where I put the worst videos I cover. He's just trash. He's really trash, and he doesn't like me when I cover him.
Well, then that probably means I'm gonna get harassed by him as well. But I do not consent to legal. I'm sorry, that works for a different type of person. So let's go ahead and cover this. He is going to be talking about this in a video called Homemaker versus Homemaker. He has some things to say about Jacqueline Glenn versus classically Abby. This is going to be interesting.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and let's just let the suffering begin.
It begins me showing you guys people's responses to classically Abby. Because it's so piss poor. I guess first on the chopping block, my old pal, Jacqueline Glenn.
So I'm just going to say this right now. Just beginning, he seems really fake.
Oh yeah, he has this whole thing. He'll slip into a weird faux British accent probably at some point in this video. He tends to do that as like a tick, and I don't understand it at all. But he's got a very like, hi everyone, I'm in front of a camera. It's time to do a video. And it's kind of off-putting to me, but you know, not everyone's going to be natural in front of the camera.
Yeah, I just have a... It's like, you know when you turn on... You're looking for a guide for a video game. And you click on the video, and the very first thing you click on has the guy going, "What's up, guys? Welcome to a new video where we're going to be doing..." And you're just like, and a different YouTuber.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Man, it's been a while since I've seen Jacqueline Glenn, man. It's been a long time. She dyed her hair pink. The hell was that about? What in the hell was that about?
Why does it matter that she dyed her hair pink? Like,
Yeah,
it's her hair.
he has a thing where he thinks he can dictate what women wear and dress, and his justification is always like, men don't like that. And it's like, well, have you considered it's not necessarily for you? Very strange.
Moreover, I could just be the dick and go, wait, you know that there are guys into pink hair, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if I were to accept his premise that like men can dictate it, which they can't, then you still have to accept that, wait, there are different men in the world than this one specimen.
He definitely doesn't know that. He thinks that he is consistently the example of what men like, and also he thinks he can speak for what all women like. Because as we all know, no one knows how to speak better for women than a cis man.
I think that also is basically what classically Abby tries to go for as well. Men actually want women to be like this. Like, Abby, your man might like you being trad wife, but there are some people that just don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, Jackie. Take us away.
What is up? Yes, I fixed my hair. It was a weird color. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here, so there you go. We done addressed it. It's out of the way. What is not out of my way,
This is completely off topic, but I actually think the color of her hair is really nice. That's like a really nice color pink. Just wanted to put that out there.
It's a very vibrant pink.
Yeah. I've heard that's hard to do. I've never done that, but my friend Sarah, she's brought up, like, if you want, like, a bright pink like that, it's, like, apparently real bitch.
Yeah, I could understand why. I've only ever seen, like, a lot of colors like that. They end up looking kind of faded.
Yeah.
Ads upon ads upon ads. Now, I don't normally get ads on my videos on YouTube because they hate me and demonetize everything that I do because I'm controversial. But for some reason, the ads don't affect Abby. Classically Abby. The most annoying person I've ever seen on YouTube. And that's like a big statement to make, I understand. That's a pretty extreme statement, but I lie to you not. She is the ultimate, like, combination of conservatism and girl defined, which is weird because girl defined, they all talk about, you know, loving Jesus and stuff, and classically Abby, so the Jesus thing doesn't apply, but it's basically the same fucking channel anyway. Like, she's talking about modesty and how you
You know, it takes a while for Jacqueline to get to the modesty video, so I'm gonna skip all that fluff. If you wish to subject yourself to it,
Oh, there's the fake British accent.
that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
I won't force you to. Alright, Jackie, take us away for real this time.
Hello, beautiful ladies.
Hello, beautiful ladies. She starts every video like that. Hello, beautiful ladies. Which, by the way, Brenda from God is Grey, you're beautiful people. I'm sorry. This is kind of clashing.
Hello, beautiful people.
You know, Philip DeFranco, sorry, dude, you're next too.
Sup, you beautiful bastards.
Because every time I hear that, I'm gonna hear, hello, beautiful ladies.
Beautiful ladies. We're going to be talking about modesty, why it's important, and why it doesn't mean looking like garbage.
Like a trash whore. Do not look like garbage, because that is not how I wanna go to Jesus, but I can't. That is not how you are a good person, ethical person, modest person. I can't say Jesus loving. It's so hard with her.
You do know what that means, right? It means you don't actually have an argument or a counter-argument to her.
No, that's not what that means. She's just pointing out that there's a stereotype for Southern reactionary, we'll just go ahead and call it, that doesn't wholly apply to Abby because she happens to be Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all that means. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument.
No.
That's not what any of that means.
You just dislike it on principle that she's religious.
She's never said that though. Wait, hold on. But there's a problem here. Does everybody here know about God is Grey?
I'm vaguely familiar. I've heard, like, Jimmy Snow talk about that channel, but I don't know about them specifically.
So God is Grey, she's a Christian.
Yeah.
She's a Christian channel.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacqueline appears to not have a problem with her.
Sure.
And yet Bass here is saying the only problem you have is that she's religious. It's just like, wait, but in the video you're talking about, she mentioned God is gray. A religious person on YouTube without issue.
Which is funny too, because even like internet atheism circles, which I've been a part of before, they don't really talk about people who are like Jewish very often, because like when we're talking about social issues in the United States, like 99% of the time when there's some sort of like regressive policy decision that's being made because of religion, it's evangelical Christians, not Jewish people. Like, demographically, Jewish people are actually, like, tend to vote relatively progressively. Like, evangelical Christians are the ones who, like, don't want gay people to be married or don't want trans people to exist. Like, I don't know.
And when we cover someone who is Jewish, it's generally someone who's trying to kowtow to the Christian right. You've got Dennis Prager, you've got Ben Shapiro, and now, of course, you've got Classically Abby. They are all, and I'm still not convinced that Classically Abby is not just Ben Shapiro in a wig, but I'm sorry, the facial structure is identical between the two of them. I get that they're brother and sister, but it's very uncanny.
It annoys me too, and her channel feels so cynical in the sense that I don't feel like it came about organically, and I could be wrong about this, but it doesn't feel like to me Abby just decided one day, you know what, I want to start a YouTube channel. It feels like either Ben or someone else came to her and was like, listen, your brother Ben does a really good job at serving this demographic, this younger male demographic with right-wing talking points. We want you to do the same thing, but for young women. It feels cynical to me in that way, especially considering, like, she buys ads on YouTube in order to push that content in front of people's eyes. Like, I'm not saying everyone who buys ads on YouTube or anything, there's some nefarious thing going on. It just feels like a cynical demographic move. Oh, we need to start bringing young women into conservatism, where we're already working on the young men with Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, etc., etc. Who do we got? And they went to Abby, and she's not very good at it.
No, see, at least with Ben, like, it's not that Ben's good at it, it's that Ben's good at targeting the lowest common denominator for his stuff, and it makes him look good at it. Same with Steven Crowder. They do both of them honestly do the exact same thing. Let's go to a group of college kids, let's own them with facts TM/logic trademark.
Yeah.
And they do it while, especially with Crowder, he has like a book of like all the talking points he needs to go through, and you'll see him flip through the book as he's doing the change my mind thing, and I'm just like, dude, you could take any position, and as long as you've got a book and a script to go off of, you can make it sound perfectly reasonable and convince a layman, and that's all they're doing. So, like, I do think that you're right, is that Classically Abby basically as Jacqueline Glenn said in the video, just took the girl-defined route, but instead of getting bigger because they did a whole bunch of stuff and then also got covered by people like Jimmy Snow, Abby is getting bigger because she's got a bunch of ads. Like, if you look at the videos that she doesn't have advertisements for, or that don't get covered by larger atheist content creators, she gets like 6,000 or 7,000 views a video. Yeah. And they're the only videos of hers that have a good like ratio.
Yeah, her views are absolute garbage for, like, and she clearly has production value in it for that kind of content. Like, it's a nice camera, the audio is always pretty good. Like, she put time and money towards this, but people are not organically interested in the material that she is producing. Not on any sort of level that would matter.
Nope. But again, we're going off base from what Bass is trying to say, which I guess is testament to how interesting he is. But again, he wants to make this point about how Jacqueline Glenn is just mad because Abby is religious, and it's like, no, she was talking mainly about the conservatism and only about the conservatism, and also she brought up a Christian content creator without issue, basically nullifying your whole point. But okay, sure.
That's what you just admitted.
It's not, though.
It's funny. It's been years, Jacqueline. You're still on this. I don't know. I don't know why I expected more, but
wait, hold on. Did something happen on YouTube that fundamentally changed how Christianity as a religion largely affects politics? Because if not, then that would be why Jacqueline's quote still on this.
Yeah. Conservative Christians, evangelicals in particular, have a huge crossover with politics, especially these days. Like, it's crazy. The amount of, and I cover conspiracy theories a lot on my channel, so, like, the amount of crossover between, like, right-wing Trump Republicans, QAnon believers, and evangelical Christians is, like, almost a circle. I'm not saying all evangelical Christians are into that stuff, but, like, 90% of people are into, like, QAnon and super right-wing politics are evangelicals or evangelical adjacent. It's kind of pertinent, and you can't really divorce the two entirely.
It's like, there are people that think that YouTube atheism was a fad, and there was certainly a peak to it.
Oh, yeah.
There was a point where, like, strictly atheist content on YouTube hit a plateau, but that doesn't mean that the ideas that those videos were originally made to tackle, they didn't go away.
No. A lot of the stuff that I learned through doing that for so many years, and Jake and I still work on that, it's just not the main focus of what we do, but, like, so many of the things I learned from that, and the argumentation and the way that people think about concepts like this, carry over into discussions about politics and current events and everything like that. Like, it's all very important, especially considering how many people in the United States believe things not due to, how do I put this, evidence, but because of some sort of emotional draw towards a conclusion. And that relates both to religion and to the modern right in a lot of ways. Not only the right, there are people all over the spectrum that believe things for irrational reasons or whatever, but, like, nonetheless, it's the same stuff. It's people being drawn towards certain conclusions because they either make them feel better, or there's some sort of, like, argument from consequences going on that they're afraid if that isn't true, then something else is true and that would be bad. It's a lot of the stuff that atheism on YouTube built ended up helping me do what I do now. Unfortunately, a lot of those people also ended up going super right-wing, and that's how you get people like Sargon, but that's a story for another day.
They learned a different grift, and then they kept doing that. There's an intersection there where people believed that they came to the right conclusions because of raw rationality, and then they started confusing their intuition with rationality, and then kept on going forward with that and that alone.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, but I think a lot of people in that, like, non-religion community on YouTube, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to offend anyone here. I'm okay if you're, like, religious as long as you're not hurting anyone. I don't believe it, but that's fine if you do. But the concept of debunking religion is kind of funny on its face, because religious claims usually don't even purport to be based on evidence. It's a faith-based proposition, right? So when you go and you try and sort of disassemble that and disassemble the belief and debunk it in some way, again, no offense, but it's not hard to do on an intellectual level, which I think gave a lot of people this false sense of superiority and, like, overestimating their own intellect to the point that they then thought they could, like, go on every other issue and give the same amount of thought, which is not very much thought at all, and they got addicted to, like, owning people online and addicted to feeling superior as opposed to actually going through the process of learning about subjects and bettering oneself through learning about those topics. I don't know. It just became almost vindictive for some people, like, oh, we already owned the creationists, now we gotta own the SJWs and stuff like that. It's obnoxious.
And then they'll usually say, well, they're using the same level of argument as creationists. They're appealing to a book. And I'm like, wait, hold on. But if the book I'm appealing to is the same one that says stuff about biology that's really inconvenient for a transphobe, that's a different book than the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, that's a book that it's a special. It right now, a lot of it seems to focus on trans issues, especially here in the States, where they'll freak out about trans people and go, aha, attack helicopters. We've been using the same joke for 4 years now, and it's never ended. And then when you actually, like, crack open a biology book and go, so here's the part where it says gender and sex are different. Mm-hmm. And they'll just go, no, that's not right. Like, Ben Shapiro recently had to do a whole thing about how being trans is a mental illness, and then he quoted the DSM-4, but he quoted the DSM-4
Because
a month ago.
I know, right? And then when you bring up the current, like, American Medical Association or the American Psychological Association or the current DSM or the upcoming DSM that they're working on, they always are like, well, it's been infiltrated by SJWs. And it's like, well, you just seem to disagree and you're trying to come up with justifications for why you disagree with experts now. It's frustrating.
And that's the same thing. That's the same thing that they did, not these people specifically, but the generation that came before them. For those who are unfamiliar with my channel, I have a video going into the entire history from beginning to end of gay conversion therapy, starting with Sigmund Freud all the way up to the modern era. And there was a whole spiel during that where the DSM-2 was transitioning to the DSM-3 and homosexuality was being taken away. It stopped being called a mental disorder and it started just being called, something that's perfectly natural and normal.
Mm-hmm.
And this exact conversation about how they weren't called social justice warriors then, but people had infiltrated medical associations and were trying to change the narrative on these things. And it's like, do you really believe that the entire world is a conspiracy theory against your sole intuitive ideology? Is that what you believe?
It's frustrating. I still see people cite that. Like I've said the same thing. I've brought up that argument to people before of like, well, in the 1970s, it ended up getting, like, homosexuality ended up being reclassified as not being a mental disorder. Is that the same thing? And they'll be like, yeah, it is. The cultural Marxists, air quotes or whatever, have been infiltrating for decades. And it's like, how do you even argue with that person? You know what I mean? They're so disconnected from any kind of reality, it becomes impossible to have a productive conversation.
At that point, it's like, well, who do you consider an expert? J.K. Rowling?
Hey, I'll have you know, J.K. Rowling once wrote that wizards used to shit on the floor because they didn't have toilets, okay? And I, honestly, if you don't trust her, who are you going to trust, okay?
Shen Bapiro.
Honestly, maybe we should just invent magic. That would solve all trans bathroom issues. I won't have to go into a public bathroom. I'll just shit on the floor and magic it away, and there you go. Problem solved.
Or you could just use a memory charm every time somebody sees you in the bathroom. Just be like, and now you forgot that I was here. It stopped being a problem, didn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
We're still on this. Oh, you're a religious person, so I just have to automatically hate whatever you say.
That's not what she said, though,
No.
Bass. Oh my god.
God forbid I challenge it intellectually and think critically about the merits of your argument. You're Jewish, so you're wrong. I know. All right, Jacqueline, let's keep going.
My brain just goes there.
Modesty is dressing in a way that doesn't sexualize your body. Who do you want to be desirable to? And do you want to be noticed for being beautiful or being sexy?
Why is it a one or the other? Why can't you be sexy and beautiful? Why isn't sexy beautiful? I mean, I guess some people have different things, whatever, but it's a pretty subjective thing. Let's just put that out there. You can be both.
Well, because they both have different connotations to them now, don't they?
No, not necessarily. All words are subjective. To one person, beautiful can mean sexy. To another person, it won't.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, at least in my subjective opinion, it feels like there's crossover between the two. I understand that there can be different connotations to the words, but they're both, like, tied into looking at someone and being like...
Aesthetic appeal.
Yeah, aesthetic appeal. I also find it hilarious that Abby even is talking about dressing modestly, considering that that's a subjective concept in the first place. Abby has worn clothes on camera before that, like, 50, 60 years ago probably would have been considered not modest. You know what I mean? I'm just...
Like, I've seen, strangely enough, there's a... I don't even remember how I stumbled upon this image. I was looking through Know Your Meme for something. I forget what I was researching. And... one of the, because you know how when you go to Know Your Meme, there's like 3 or 4 advertisements for other memes that you can click on on there. One of them was Abby Shapiro on Know Your Meme, and it was specifically a picture of her in like a very tight sweater where like the shape of her body was very, very visible. Like it left pretty much nothing to the imagination. And that was the picture there. And it's like, wait, hold on, Abby, this picture of you exists where you're certainly not modest and you're definitely in public. It feels like you're just catering to an audience now instead of like legitimately being yourself. And again, like you pointed out, even that definition of modest is different. Like if she walked into something like a society from the 30s and was showing her ankles, would they call her a harlot?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's confusing, it's weird, and Jacqueline's point that, these two things do have cross between them makes sense. Like, she literally asked, why can't someone be both? And now you're going to sit here standing classically Abby. Well, actually, they can't both be the same because they have different connotations. Like,
They're not mutually exclusive, though. At no point are they mutually exclusive.
Like, think of a beautiful person. Now think of a sexy person. Are there any things that intersect between these two? Congratulations, you've made the Venn diagram for me. Sir Isaac in my chat. Link to that picture for science. Just look up Abby Shapiro on Know Your Meme. It's the first picture there. I'm not gonna help you guys simp for Abby today. I'm sorry, Twitter.com. That's a dirty word, I know.
Being sexy is someone who is trying to invoke sexual enticement, thus trying to make you more ready or engaged in trying to have sex with them.
No?
No. Someone could be wearing something that you find sexy, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are sending you a signal that's like, hey, come and that's not what it means. You can find people attractive without them meaning to send that signal to you. No.
Like, imagine you're a person who, it's laundry day, so you just grab a crop top because that's what you happen to have lying around, and you're going to the laundromat and you're dropping everything, and somebody goes, wow, you're sexy. You wore that specifically for my eyeballs. You wore that because you want me to do things to you. And it's just like, wait, hold on. Is this, just out of curiosity, is this the same type of mentality that he has in other videos that leads him to think that, like, women are responsible for other people hurting them?
Yeah.
Because
this ties into his victim blaming shit for sure. He thinks everything is for him and for other men.
Okay, so who here is familiar with Sword Art Online? Just even vaguely. During the Gun Gale arc of Sword Art Online, there is a character who is a sniper, and her outfit is very revealing. In fact, actually, I could go to an actual good anime for this. We could talk about Gurren Lagann, and talk about, I believe her name is Yoko? And her outfit in there is incredibly revealing. And within the context of the show, there's no issue. Like, within the context of Sword Art, it's an MMORPG. People wear revealing clothing all the time. It happens. Within the context of Gurren Lagann, society had wholly and completely collapsed by the time that Yoko picked up a sniper rifle. The idea that she should be wearing one thing or not basically stopped existing by that point in time. So if somebody goes to an anime convention cosplaying one of those characters, are they doing it so that they can be true to the design of the character? Or are they doing it because they think that your eyeballs specifically needed to have splooge leaking out of them?
Ugh. Can we not reference cum eyeballs, please? Cum oh god. So salty.
You are now stuck with that image in your head. But my point is, there's 1,000 reasons why somebody might be dressing in a way that you would consider sexy. I happen to go to anime conventions, so for me, one of them is that cosplayer over there wearing a skin-tight blue suit. They're cosplaying Samus. They're not trying to reveal to be their body. That's not their goal here.
Sure. Not to mention, people find all sorts of... Oh, sorry, just real quick. People find all sorts of different banal things sexy. Like, some people are into sort of a loungy look. So, like, if a woman was out just in, like, sweatpants or whatever, or yoga pants, you know, because they're comfortable. Let me tell you, as I've transitioned, the best thing in the world are yoga pants. They're the most comfortable thing ever. But it doesn't mean that just because you're wearing yoga pants, you're trying to be sexy or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? It's just frustrating that someone could look at someone else and decide, I find them sexy, therefore they want me to find them sexy. It's weird.
Yeah. That's the same, and people are now listing off animes in my chat that have characters that have revealing clothing that if you happen to be cosplaying them, somebody would freak out. So yes, Kill la Kill is an anime. Yes, it exists. I know.
Beautiful is a little bit more of you being visually appealing. And people like looking at you. And people appreciate the effort that you took in order to become in this state, if it took you a while. Some people do like naturally beautiful women, just as, you know, nature of like genetics and whatnot. But the connotation does change when you're being sexy and when you're being beautiful, you know. Sexy being more you're trying to invoke sexual desire. Being beautiful is more you're a joy to look at.
Again, there's crossover between the two that's perfectly fine. And both of those ideas have completely different, like both of those ideas have 1,000 subcategories in them that don't apply to every person. One person's sexy is another person's unattractive. One person's beautiful is another person's ugly.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess you could say that someone being beautiful does still imply that you want to have sex with them, but
What?
you're not really trying to invoke that feeling as much as it occurs naturally.
Okay, so this whole, like, he's just recording his own thoughts.
Yeah. He just gets in
He's
front of
not
the camera and says nonsense.
Like, he's not actually responding to the point at that point. He's working through the problem in his own head.
Yeah. He uses them as a jumping off point to basically have his little MGTOW red pill spiels to his angry, bitter audience.
Being sexy is more of a conscious effort and decision
No.
to try to invoke
No,
this
it's
feeling.
not.
While being beautiful is a consequence of it because you just naturally look that way or you put in a lot of effort.
Wait, hold on. This is a different statement. The one before was that these two are different things, and now he's saying that being beautiful is a end result.
Yeah. He's also saying that it's different because being sexy is intentional, but then he also said, but being beautiful is either natural or due to a lot of effort. Well, effort would imply intention. So what's the difference between the two then? Because someone can spend a lot of time, you know, putting on a really great face of makeup and getting like a really nice dress and some earrings and everything for like a nice party or a wedding or something, and they could look like beautiful. Or someone could look at that same person and think, oh, that person I find them attractive. I think they're sexy or whatever. Like, two people could look at the exact same person and think different things about that. One person could be like, oh, that's just a beautiful woman without any, like, sexual context to those thoughts. Not thinking sexy, just like, oh, wow, what a beautiful dress, what a beautiful look. And another person could look at the same person and be lewd, let's say, in their thoughts about that person.
Just imagine somebody who's asexual and sex repulsed. And they are also aromantic. So they are not looking for a partner. They are not looking for sex. They are not attracted to other people. Now, they may find themselves in a relationship at one point, but, you know, everybody's a little bit different. But let's say that we've got this hypothetical person, no interest in other people whatsoever. And this person decides that they want to go, they want to go for a Lolita look. There are a lot of people who find Lolita as a way of showing, as a way of presenting yourself to be beautiful because it looks very artistic. There are other people who see that and it's very sexy to them. They see that type of look and they go, oh, that gets my rocks going, whatever. But in either of these scenarios, the person who has decided they want to go with that look has no intention of making you attracted to them. They don't care. They just looked in the mirror and went, yeah, that's what I'm wearing today.
Yeah.
This is confusing.
To change and become that way. It's kind of the difference as far as I understand it. Now, can you be beautiful and sexy, as in naturally beautiful, and then try to entice other people? Yeah, sure. I mean, you can. But
so wait, did you just agree with Jacqueline?
You can. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Men
So
are
he just agreed. Why did he spend all that time if he's just gonna agree?
He just did. He ended with, it doesn't have to be one or the other. That was Jacqueline's point. And this is so for us, if we end up repeating ourselves during this, it's a live show. And when you guys see it later in recorded form, it's still going to be a live show. When mistakes are made, they exist in the live show and they're part of the production. When you're making an edited video, you have the ability to cut this stuff out. He decided not to.
It's bold of you to assume he has the self-awareness to recognize when he wastes a bunch of the viewer's time, as opposed to just thinking, I nailed this. I absolutely nailed this.
I was talking about a womans on the internet. I nailed it. Jeez. I don't know why I went into a Shadow the Hedgehog voice there. Hi, everyone. I'm Edgy the Hedgy.
Oh, wow, that's actually a really good Shadow the Hedgehog.
I have other ones. I've also got a pretty good Mickey Mouse.
That's not bad. Shadow the Hedgehog is the most unintentionally funny character of all time to me, because it's such a... How do I put this? Like, okay, Sonic the Hedgehog is an incredibly cynical marketing invention, right?
Yeah,
It's
it was
Sega-
basically to
Yeah.
say that, hey, this isn't your dad's Mario Brothers.
Yeah, he's cool, he's hip, he wags his finger at you. Haha, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. So he was like kind of edgy for the time or whatever, and he's just a little cartoon hedgehog who fights Dr. Robotnik. And then at some point, Adventure 2 comes along, and I guess it's later. It's the mid early 2000s, and some studio executive was like, well, we need an edgier hedgehog for the new millennium. What if we take Sonic the Hedgehog and make him black, and we give him guns, and he drives cars, and he uses chaos control, and he's edgy because his girl died or something? I just don't get it.
I mean, so as a fan of Sonic Adventure 2, to the point where I know that she was already dying before Gun was coming, she was actually dying of AIDS in universe. I'm not even kidding.
Is that canon? That's canon?
Yes, that's canon.
So Shadow the Hedgehog's backstory involves a child dying from AIDS.
Yes. In the game world, it is called SIDS, but it is an autoimmune disease. And the reason Shadow was created was a combination of a grant from the United States government to create the ultimate weapon, and also Dr. Ivo Robotnik Senior, Gerald, there we go. Gerald Robotnik going, my granddaughter is dying, I have to save her life. If I create the ultimate immortal life form, I could extract from their DNA a cure, possibly. Gerald literally created Shadow to cure the Sonic the Hedgehog version of AIDS from his granddaughter. And then she got killed because when he created the weapon, the government was like, we're shutting you down.
Someone says it's NIDS, not SIDS.
It's NIDS, not SIDS. Sorry,
Neuroimmune deficiency syndrome, because SIDS is a real thing. SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome.
Well, that happened too, but...
Sure.
But no, you're right. NIDS. It was NIDS. But yes, effectively the in-universe version of AIDS for Sonic the Hedgehog. And yeah, no, that was a thing. And it was... When I found that out, I was like, oh, wow. Adventure 2 was a lot darker than I remembered. And I don't know if it warranted it.
No, it doesn't. It's a game... I don't understand Sonic lore. Sonic games are fun, but I've never cared for the lore, and a lot of it feels like it's ripped off of Dragon Ball Z just a little bit. But, like...
Oh, everything from Sonic is derivative. Everything.
Like Sonic... the TV show Sonic X?
Yes, I actually just recently watched through all of it for the first time.
The ending felt very Dragon Ball Z to me, which, of course, I mean, I know it's Super Sonic and all that, but, like, Super Sonic, and you gotta collect the... I know Goku doesn't need the Dragon Balls to go Super Saiyan, but it just feels like a mishmash of ideas from Dragon Ball Z. Collect the Chaos Emeralds and then transform into Super Sonic and Super Shadow, and then you fight the thing.
Well, the Chaos Emeralds are also derivative of the Dragon Balls. Like, they're literally supposed to be wish-granting emeralds.
Yeah.
Also, Ginger Snap in your chat pointed out, don't go into Sonic lore. It's as bad as Kingdom Hearts lore. You're right. As a connoisseur of Sonic lore, you're right. 110%, you are correct.
Was there ever... You might know this. You know, Sonic, Sonic Underground?
Yes.
Did they ever, like, finish that off in a comic or anything? Was there ever a conclusion?
Nope. Underground just died off. They never found their mom.
That's lame.
One day the prophecy will be. I think didn't the theme song say like the prophecy will come true?
Yeah.
If you look at the YouTube video for that opening, the comments are a combination of I guess the prophecy didn't come true, or people going, "Wow, this looks like a cool show. I really hope they find their mom." Asmodeus says Sad AM ended on a delicious cliffhanger. Yeah, but Sad AM continued in the show. Like Sad AM, that show ended with the reveal of Ixis Magnus, and the comics then have Ixis Magnus coming from the Negative Zone as a recurring villain from that point on. So like at least Sad AM continued. We didn't get a continuation for Sonic Underground.
Bummer.
Sonic lore is weird. Again, it's a rabbit hole. Don't go in. Classically, Abby's been staring into my soul for too long. I have to click off of this.
Visual creatures, not emotional ones.
That is insulting. I'm sorry. On behalf of women out there, like, we do not think you are just all visual, you have no emotion, all you can think with is your head down there, if you know what I mean. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. There are sentimental, emotional, loving, kind, amazing men out there that do not define their masculinity by how many tears they don't cry at night. I hate people who perpetuate this negative stereotype. It is shit. It's horrible to like have a little boy grow up and be like, now son, you hear, don't cry. Don't you cry about nothing, else she ain't no kind of man.
No, Jacqueline's right. I mean, listen, I don't agree with classically Abby on everything, and this being one of them. We're not. I do well.
Oh, dear,
I guess a little bit of a devil's advocate. I'm sure within the context of what she's trying to say, she's saying that men are more visually enticed by the way women look, more so than they're more like sexually enticed by like the people that women are. And you can't really know who the person is until after you begin to engage with them, and you don't really engage with women that you're not really attracted to. I mean, it is.
Wait, what? Did he just admit that he doesn't engage with any women that he's not already attracted to?
Yeah, I think he's talked about that before. He doesn't want to waste his time because he considers women to be entirely sex objects, and if he's not going to get in a relationship and sleep with them, because I think he's said before that he like doesn't want to have sex until he's married, which is fine. I don't care what anyone makes a choice about their own body, but like it just seems weird to me that he seems to not see women as like full human beings, but more so as potential partners for him and nothing else. It's very strange.
Yeah, that's a mentality that I had back when I was in middle school.
Yeah.
But like every girl that I knew, with like a handful of exceptions, was somebody to potentially be with, potentially become a dating partner. And like by high school, I actually remember the specific incident that knocked me out of that mentality. There was and I'm not going to say their name in case by some happenstance they have to be watching the channel, but there was a person who I did pursue in high school who we became friends, but they did not realize I was pursuing them. When they realized that, they wrote me a note, and in the note it basically said, "You're a good person. I like you as a friend. If you cannot be my friend and only my friend, then it is best we go back to when we didn't know each other." Like the thing that made my brain go, "Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, I've been an asshole."
It's a good thing that you took that in stride and internalized that and recognized you were doing wrong, because there are so many people, unfortunately, who would take that and be like, well, F you then, you know? And they're the same kind of people that will, like, contact women online and be like, oh, you're so beautiful, and then the second you're like, hey, I'm not interested, they're like, well, fuck you then, bitch, and all sorts of
It's
ridiculous
like the
things.
video. There's an old video, an old viral video that reminds me of, where like, is this British guy who like goes up to a girl to like help her with her dog or something. It's like, "Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, I'm just trying to bring our dog back to my boyfriend." He goes, "Oh, you've got a boyfriend then?" And just kicks the dog out of the frame.
Yeah.
Just, it's that, but real and not personified, or that it's that but real, that but manifest in reality. Like, and for the record, I'm also speaking from somebody who found out, a few years ago that I'm actually demisexual. So for me, the attractiveness of a person doesn't come through, until I know them, at least on some level anyway.
Sure.
Like, now he's doing a whole, like, this is how men think, and I'm just like, okay, but I am a man, and my brain literally does not work that way.
Yeah, it's weird. Classically, Abby there basically just perpetuating toxic masculinity, basically, by just saying, like, men are this way, all of them are this way, and they don't have feelings. It's just gross. And I think that leads to a lot of younger men to maybe think that something's wrong with them because they do operate like a human being and have feelings and stuff, and then they end up trying to push that down. And I think that leads to a lot of, I don't know, bad things for those people.
Where they end up, especially if they've got a friend group around them that are reinforcing those negative stereotypes.
Yeah. They'll end up like a John Doyle type.
Oh god, the literal no mask required fascist.
Yeah.
That guy confuses me. Like, he literally is the we need better superiors who know how to put the masses in line. Like, that kind of mentality. You usually don't get that mask off in people, but in Doyle, it's just there.
Yeah, he's friends with Fuentes, too. He actually just moved out of my state. He lived relatively close to me, and now he moved to Texas, which I'm pretty happy about. My state got a little less fashy, so that's good.
That's good. Man, Fuentes, that guy, when the whole Matt Gaetz thing happened, he went on a whole tangent about how actually it's fine that Matt Gaetz was sex trafficking. The real problem is the gay sex.
Yep, I saw it. It was disgusting.
I just like, are you okay? How far down that rabbit hole do you have to be where consenting homosexuals are more threatening to you than actual sex trafficking?
And it's hypocritical, too. Fuentes literally went on a date with a cat boy.
He says it wasn't a date, though. He's very adamant.
I saw that video. If that wasn't a date, then I've never been on a date. And I am currently in a long-term relationship. So
I saw that video, and I was just like... The one thought in my head was, okay, so... how is Nick going to square the fact that he's obviously the bottom here?
Okay.
How is he going to square that fact with himself? Because he radiates insecure, I think I'm a top energy. Like, I think when me and Xander Hall covered Nick Fuentes years ago, during the video, I think Zan literally just could not stop himself from going, dude has such noodly arms. We could take him in a fight. I'm just like, this is not the point of the video, but you're also not wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you can, like in like college or high school or whatever, you could get into a group project and then meet a chick you didn't think was all that, talk to her, and it's like, damn, she's actually really nice and she likes anime. I mean, that can happen. Same thing with college.
and she likes anime.
That's the key.
Gotta slip that one in there, dude. I love it. I am literally an anime right now.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest. If you end up finding somebody who doesn't like anime, all that means is you can now introduce them to anime.
Oh god.
That's all that means.
And here's the thing. My chat knows how I feel about anime. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of anime. So I don't know.
Like, for me, I find that anime is a giant hole that you can get sucked down. But if you're starting out, you always have to find something that would already kind of appeal to you. Like, if you like religious commentary, Evangelion's something that I recommend to people. This is not me trying to throw anime at you. This is just the hypothetical girl in a group project that he's talking about. Wait, girl in a group project? How old is this guy? Still stuck in high school mentality.
I'm trying to look something up.
Also, Kylo Cypher's like, Suris, please convert Hannah. No, I am not here to try to sell other people on the merits of anime. That is not my job. That is not my goal.
There was one anime I watched, and it was because this was before I came out as trans. I forget what the anime was. It was an anime basically where it was like a high school guy who gets dressed up as a woman by the other characters and then ends up liking it, and the rest of the show is just their like high school antics. I don't remember what it is, but I like that and Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z, and that's it. Those are the animes. No, One Punch Man too, but I don't get into like actual anime.
I mean, so I'm not about to gatekeep anime and say that anything you said was not anime.
Sure.
Like that's all still anime. But I would not throw like High School of the Dead at you and be like, watch this cinematic masterpiece. It's not. It's not. Don't. For anybody in the chat, don't watch High School of the Dead. Do watch it, but don't watch it.
It can happen, you know. But I do think, like, in this context, I'm pretty sure Abby's context was like men are a little hornier based on the way women look visually than they are women emotionally.
I'm pretty sure you're just talking about yourself, dude. I have met some incredibly horny women that just they exist as wanting to fuck, just like I have met men who exist as wanting to fuck. Like that's just a thing. Maybe it's just because I used to be part of like a swingers group ages ago, but like I guess this is literally just I guess I've gotten out more than you type of deal.
Yeah, oh, someone in my chat says, please watch The Last Airbender. I love The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra. I just don't consider those animes because they're not, they're made by American production teams. I think they're animated in South Korea. I could be wrong, but I don't think those are usually considered anime. They're more anime-like. But
people in Japan consider them anime, so...
Okay, well, then I guess I like those. There you go.
You win.
But yeah, the idea that, like, men are hornier than women is entirely based off of stereotypes. I've met incredibly horny women before, and men who aren't that horny. It just depends on the individual person. And trying to put people in these boxes is not great. Like, just let people do what they're gonna do. Stop generalizing. There are almost 8 billion people on this planet. Stop trying to take, like, 4 billion and telling them they're all this one thing and another 4 billion and telling them they're all this other thing.
And I think that is true for a lot of dudes. Not all, but, you know, certainly.
Hashtag not all. Hashtag not all men.
A lot. Now, I personally am more of an emotional type of individual who damn straight enjoys a woman with character, but then again, I'm the chosen one, so.
What?
He's in his own anime. He's the chosen one. He's the only innocent man who just wants to go out and find a wife. Find a waifu, and everyone else is just horny, okay?
I'm just going to go ahead and say right now, I think if he's the chosen one, then reality is Sonic Underground. It's going to end before the prophecy can come true. It has to.
You meet a guy and immediately have a connection, you have one chance to make an impression. If you are wearing something incredibly revealing, it will be difficult for him to focus on your personality. Instead...
Will it, though, Abby? Again, have you met demisexual people? Have you met asexual people?
Has she talked to, like, what's her husband like? How do I put this in a reasonable way? If you're on a date with someone and they can't pay attention to what you have to say at all and they're entirely just interested in what you look like, unless you're there just for a hookup, which is fine if that's what you're doing, but if you're there for, like, wanting a relationship, then maybe run away a little bit. Like, they should be able to listen to you as a human being. And I'm not saying you can't, like, be on a date with someone and be like, oh, this person's very attractive, you know? You're on a date with them. Hopefully you find them attractive in some way. But, like, if they're just like, I'm gonna ogle you and I'm not listening to a word that's coming out of your mouth, then they just want to fuck you, which again is fine on its own, but like it just depends on what you're there for. Are you there just to fuck? Or are you there because you want to actually connect with someone? I don't know.
Yeah, if you are there because your purpose in this engagement is to click on the Tinder profile and then get wet or get banged or whatever thing you're there to do, cool. But it feels very weird to have like this overgeneralization of people. Like this is certainly how all people operate, is what Abby does, and then they have to go afterwards, or at least Bass had the self-awareness, strangely, to afterwards go literally hashtag not all right afterwards.
Yeah.
He might be focusing on your physical appeal.
I mean, I don't see the issue with that necessarily. I feel like a lot of people in general, whether you're a man or a woman, you might look at someone and the first thing you notice might be superficial.
Yeah, except that's not her point. Like her point isn't that that's the first thing you'll notice. The point is that you don't want people who are overly concerned with that or only there because they just want to have sex with you.
Then just date ace people. Problem solved. Fucking video over. No, video's not really over.
This is her point. She's not saying that being physically attractive is wrong or someone noticing it's wrong. She's saying you don't want to attract the caliber of people who just want to put their dicks inside of you and then never talk to you again.
It's so weird, but that's basically... Okay, Bass, like, frames his quest as like I'm just pure and I just want to find love. But he only wants to talk to women who he is interested in a sexual way, to court them, to marry them, and to then fuck them. Like, he's doing the same thing, he's just taking different actions with those feelings. Instead of ogling random women, which, whatever, he's just deciding not to engage with women at all unless he definitely wants to take action and try and date them, too, with the end goal of sleeping with them. It's the same idea, he's still the same kind of person, he's just abstaining from action on his feelings. Does that make sense? I don't know.
I also think it's funny that he uses the language, that caliber of men. Like, yeah. Wait, hold on. Do men exist on this hierarchy where, like, you see, there are the incels at the bottom, and these people, they will never find true love and or sex. They are married to their hands. But then at the tippy top, there is me, and I am what you would call a Giga Chad. And that means that I have 3, count them, square jaws, and I have 15 biceps, and they're all massive, and I want just true love. That is what a Giga Chad wants. That's what I'm hearing here, and it's...
He's a Sigma male.
He is the true Sigma male. He is. Also, I see that in your chat, Meaty said, is this an anime man reacts to Jacqueline, reacts to Abby, reacts to fake society? No, this is a streamer and an anime man reacts to an anime man reacts to. The well goes deeper than that. Why is it not letting me click play? Please let me click play.
Which, I mean,
I want to suffer more.
Would you disagree? Maybe you do. If you have a comment on your mind, then what? Please tell me.
What? Those were words.
And that's okay. Is that a reason in and of itself to pursue someone? Maybe for some people. Personally, I don't feel that way, and I wouldn't want to be with someone who feels that way. But
no, you stop not right now. You stupid. You stupid.
Oh, this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, he just randomly goes into like it's not even like a good British accent. He's just kind of like, stop it, I'm British, vaguely. I don't know. I'm bad at voices, but like, so is he. So I guess it fits. I don't know why he does it. It's the worst verbal tick I've ever heard. It makes it just flames on the side of my face every time he does it. It's like the same feeling, like, you know when you're doing something and you have headphones in and then a headphone gets like violently yanked out of your ears and you just go into like mode.
You just have that shocked moment of, wait, the world exists around me and I am not a fan.
Yeah, feels like that.
I have one friend who does have an issue like this where their speech will slip into British mannerisms, but they literally get stuck in it. Like, they get stuck in it for hours and then will naturally come out of it. Okay. It's not the same thing as this. This seems like it just, some words he just has to do that. It's okay. That, I was taken aback a little more than I maybe should have by that.
If you don't think that it's a good thing for you to do, why would you think it's a good thing for someone else to do? Like, I don't...
Okay, so let me explain this one for you, Bass, very quickly. Other people are not me. For instance, if let's say that I was an ace person, and my method of going out and dating would be strictly to find somebody who also did not want to engage sexually, or at least did not have the libido that I would be going for. Like that's my goal. But if I'm talking to a friend of mine who's just, run of the mill, no issues, no differences, like they're just your standard stereotypical guy or gal. This person who is not ace, there's a different set of engagements that are going to be good for them that are good for me, because I might be seeking strictly somebody to talk to, somebody to hang out with, but they might necessarily want to go find somebody to sleep with. If that's their goal and they're a different person than me, then they would operate under different rules than me. That's normal, because people are different.
Yeah.
I don't like this liberal. I hate when liberals do that. I would not do it. But if you want to do it, then do it. No, why would you not want to do it?
I want to eat chicken tendies, but if you are a vegan, you would not want to eat chicken tendies, so you operate under a different set of rules than me.
Now I just want chicken.
Well, I can't help you there because I can't do anything about it as well. Also, thank you very much, Canna, for the subscription. I managed to find that. I managed to see that one, even though everything's turned off because a bunch of bots ruined it for everybody.
That if you don't want to do it, that means you recognize there's some issue here. You would have to, because you don't want to do it, right?
What? Just because someone has a personal preference not to do something doesn't mean they find it inherently bad, right? Like,
I do not
what?
like the taste. I do not personally like the taste of kale. So, Hannah, in this hypothetical, you like the taste of kale, and you're about to have a kale smoothie. I'm about to argue with you for the next hour and a half of my and your life about the merits of not eating kale and how kale is a disgusting vegetable and you should not put it anywhere near your mouth because it is the worst thing in the entire world. And how dare you eat that kale smoothie? Why would you eat a smoothie? Drink that kale smoothie in front of me because I personally am offended by the existence of kale.
I've had less productive conversations than this hypothetical one.
That is very sad.
Yeah.
And I think this is another argument in the bin of the internet was a mistake.
So if you think it's not okay for you to do it, why would it be okay for someone else to do it? Now, perhaps you have some type of argument, or I would like to hear it, but you're not going to extrapolate. I already watched this part of the video.
But well, then watch this video, Bess. We just did it. People are different.
He will. He anger watches when I cover him sometimes, so he'll probably see this.
That's beautiful. Hi, Bass. How are you doing?
I just don't like that. I hate when people say that. I wouldn't do it, but it's okay if you... No, nigga. If I wouldn't do it, you probably shouldn't do it either. Perhaps it might be an arrogant disposition to take, but again, if I'm trying to self-preservate myself, or if I'm trying to do what I think is right, it doesn't make sense that I would try to allow someone to go down the wrong path, especially if I care about them to some degree. It's what I'm trying to communicate to you guys.
I like ham and you don't like ham. You like turkey and I don't like turkey. I will eat a ham sandwich, but that would not be good for you. So I will instead hand you a turkey sandwich. That is all the effort that it took. That is literally all the effort that it took to show that your argument's full of shit.
Do you think it's going to hurt his feelings that an anime character is criticizing him? I feel like that's a stress stream he's probably had pretty often.
Well, I know that Remexon, who works on my model, is currently building me feet. But the internet has a weird thing with that.
Show feet. Honestly,
we literally.
I learned today that you don't have the lower half of your arms and hands, and it freaks me out knowing that I'm talking to just a torso.
I am torso man with boobs.
Yeah.
On that, though, I will have hands in the finished version. I just won't be able to use them. I will effectively be a paraplegic VTuber, which is realistically, like most of us who operate as 2D don't have functional hands. So I guess all of us are.
My human model here actually has hands, and it's very nice. I'm actually a lizard person. I don't know if you know this. I'm secretly a VTuber, so this human model is pretty good.
There's actually a meme in my community where instead of talking about videos as topics, we call them topics, and I don't remember when that began, and I don't want to discover when that began, and I'm kind of horrified about it, but it's still a thing.
But granted, there are kinds of people out there that are into that type of thing. Good for them. Who cares? What?
But
You chose to keep this in here.
Despise liberals.
Did you wait? Hold on. I think I know what that tick comes from. I think he's channeling the avatar of Sargon of Akkad.
He has referenced Sargon before, so you might be onto something.
Because I just heard Sargon's voice there. This is why I despise modern-day liberals. I am a classical liberal, and that means that I have a much, much larger nether region than all of you. That's all I heard.
At least one of the reasons why.
Who cares? Where I think she's wrong is by saying that if you notice someone's physical beauty, you will just be unable to get past that and notice any kind of personality that's there. Like, it's just, you can't see it. You can't have a conversation without just being like, boobs.
Well, let's actually argue in good faith. That's not really, that's actually just not what she said.
It's basically what she said. She basically said that people are going to look at you and not take you seriously because they find you too attractive.
Like, her whole point was you don't want a guy to be attracted to your physicality first, so they're distracted by that and not the things you're saying. That was her point.
Yep.
And Jacqueline reiterated that point, albeit Jacqueline's point was, I will at least grant this, was a more exaggerated version of that point, but it was still that point. And just, why is every freeze frame of this person make him look like he requires a fedora?
I've said this before, and I will say it again. If this guy, he's I think before, like, been very down on himself about how he looks, and he's like, well, I don't think anyone will find me attractive, and it's like, the guy's fine. He just needs to, like, learn to groom, like trim the beard a little bit, maybe the hair, he always wears the same kind of grungy t-shirts. He'd be fine. But he decides to go with this look that makes him look a little bit like he should be wearing a fedora. Yeah.
I'll be honest, I know that I'm not that attractive, but that's why I hide behind a cartoon. Know your strengths.
You got an avatar that's 45% boobs, so.
And they bounce when I do this. I can make it worse. I can do the yandere face and do it, and now it will be burned into everyone's retinas.
Yeah, I couldn't afford to get a cartoon made, so I just got hormones and actually grew boobs, so that worked out.
Well, all right, Bass, make me suffer more. I need the brain hemorrhaging that is currently your channel.
Just saying that the person would be focusing on it. Now, I mean, the video is kind of so cut and dry, you know, that type of nuance can be inferred, or at the very least that type of nuance can be added later, but she didn't say that it's impossible. She's just like, that person probably will be on your physicality than they will your personality.
Did you just agree with Jacqueline again on accident? That's okay.
And she's not wrong.
Also realize, is that a sponge in your hand?
Oh no, this is a trans rights brick that someone 3D printed me. The coloring's a little off because of the lighting in here, but it's like a trans flag colored brick.
I feel like, is that soup for my family?
Is it what?
Is that soup for my family?
Soup for, oh my god, I get it. Okay. It's for my family. Wink. I remember that.
It's soup for my family. I have new filament coming in for my 3D printer. I'm so upset that my last thing that I printed came out not the way I intended. Oh, I'm not going to talk about 3D printing right now.
Real quick, my friend Randy has one of those the printers that are resin based and not filament based, and it's amazing.
Actually, quick plug type thing. Raz is my partner. My audience knows this, but I'm on your channel as well, so
yeah.
Blah 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 blah. So Raz is actually going to be doing some resin stuff as well and we might, maybe, if I can learn Blender and learn 3D modeling well, we might actually be able to print like figures of my avatar for like merch sales and stuff like that, which I've never done. But I got the 3D printer, and she is getting the resin printer, and we are going to be learning the two sides of printing as we go.
That's
So
very,
gonna be
very
fun.
cool. I have a 3D printer in my house, but it's not hooked up right now because I was just too lazy to figure it out. And I tried some stuff, but I just get frustrated really easily. Like, I did these minis. Hold on. And honestly, my printer does not have the resolution to be printing stuff this small. So I ended up with, like, this mini that's, like... I kept it because I want to use it for, like, a goo monster or something that, like, is in the shape of a person. But it just has those, you know, stringies, and it completely screwed up on the arms and stuff.
So, for those stringies, there's actually... I just had stomach acid come up. That's unfortunate. Those stringies come out no matter how good your printer is. But what you do is there's actual 3D printing filers where you're supposed to basically shave them off with the filer.
Yeah, I have them, but like this one actually came out the best of the other ones. Some of them like completely fell apart, where like the arms are like all that.
They're all everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody who is familiar with my channel knows. I mentioned Channel Pup earlier, who's doing the Sunset City podcast with me. Him and Game Apologist. Channel Pup uses a 3D avatar for his stuff, and he's been sending me versions of the avatar to 3D print. So I actually have a 3-inch model of his character that I've been detailing like right next to me as we speak, that I've been trying to get printed better and better as I'm learning the printer.
That's pretty sweet.
I'm hoping eventually to make something that looks close enough to where it could be painted and be reasonable. I don't know if I'm there yet. All right, Bass, I want my eyes to bleed. Make it happen.
It's just not going into the nitty-gritty of the nuances.
It's just like an overly simplistic black and white way of thinking of things. Like, yeah, you might notice that you're attracted to someone. Great. But I've had that happen to me before, where I notice that someone's attractive and then they open their mouth and I'm like, oh. And I wonder how I felt that way to begin with.
I bet that nigga said something positive about Trump. Wait, no. He probably said that he went to church. It's probably what that one was.
Always one or the other.
I'm guessing you don't want to attract.
So I'm just going to go and say this right now. If somebody says something positive about Trump, and it's not something with like the nuance and the beginning of saying, okay, so Trump is bad, but there's this one thing he did that was okay.
Sure.
Like, if somebody says something positive about Trump, my first thing is going to be, oh, you're either completely politically misaligned with me, and our relationship, our potential hypothetical one, is going to be suffering, or you're politically inept, which can be fixed, but requires a lot of time and more suffering. And it is either that they are a default conservative because that's what their parents were and they just don't know any better, or they know better and they're just an asshole.
Yeah. He basically just said, I bet if he said insert dumb / potentially problematic thing here, then all of a sudden you're not attracted to him. Yeah, because those things aren't attractive.
There was a guy in my WoW guild who would always say like great things about Trump, and the guild was mostly liberal, so everybody just kind of went, sure.
I read or listened to, have you ever listened to Crit Crab on YouTube? They do D&D stories. I don't know if you're into D&D at all.
So I play D&D, but I'm not super into the community or like current 5th edition lore and stuff like that, but I do play.
So I was listening to this video on Crit Crab, which is a great YouTube channel that tells them using D&D stories, and one of them was a DM that was very right-wing, the players were not, and he basically tried to put them through a session where the characters were sort of reenacting the Capitol insurrection attempt from the January 6th with their characters, and they all refused and left the game.
I see what you're doing here.
Did
they do this whole like, oh, the true king is being deposed and a substitute's being there, and it's like, okay, but we've all got like 50 gold in our sacks, so why the fuck do we care about the monarchy?
Yes, it was exactly that, and they all
Oh my
cringed
God.
and left. I don't get
Lord
it.
of the Rings, January 6th edition. We threw the ring in a lake and said, I don't give a shit if fucking Sauron takes it, whatever. I don't care.
The Great Orange King has been deposed, and now Dementus Maximus has been put on the throne, and we can't have that.
He's on the throne. He hasn't done anything terrible yet, but we know he's biding his time. I'm sorry if this is a realm where you get executed for puns, but it's
No,
fine.
The puns are fantastic. More puns.
Attract the kind of man who is
Sorry, only classically, Abby.
only looking to spend one night with you.
I mean, that's an important question that a woman needs to ask herself.
That a person needs to ask themselves. This isn't a gendered issue.
No. If you want to have a one-night stand, great. If not, then move on. It's fine. Who cares?
Is this what I really want? I don't think it's wrong for Abby to ask that, of ladies to think. But I guess Jackie does, so go ahead, Jackie. Tell
Okay,
us,
but
why
here's
is
the
Abby-
problem. It's not that she's asking actually hypothetically just to make you think. Because it'd be one thing, because it's good for anyone to be like, okay, what are the intentions of me and this other person or other people in this encounter? Is it just about the sex? Is it about a relationship? Is it about some sort of friends with benefits thing? Whatever it happens to be. That's a good thing to consider. But that's not what Abby's doing. She wants people to come to the conclusion that you should never have sex outside of marriage or some sort of committed long-term relationship. And if you do, you should feel like a dirty slut. Like, that's her intention. It's not just that she's, like, begging the question and being like, well, she is begging the question, but not, you know what I mean? She's not actually just asking people to ask. She wants people to come to the same conclusion that she has, which is a conservative trad wife view on sexual relationships.
There's I can't remember what it was, but like there was a philosophy course that was available on YouTube, and it was in about 20 parts because it was actually like every lecture this person was giving on it.
Okay.
And one of the things that he mentioned was at one point during the class, this is like in his introductory part, he said eventually he would talk about the existence of God, whether or not he existed. And the thing he said to his class is something that I think more people should probably do. He said, I have one opinion on this subject. I would like it, and I would like it if more people came to the same conclusion I did. But my job is not to make you come to my conclusion. My job is to give you the tools to make your own conclusion.
But wait.
It's literally what he said as the billing for his course.
But God's Not Dead led me to believe that the professor was going to force me to say God doesn't exist on the first day of class, and he's going to look like Hercules.
Disappointing. No, yeah, no, the portrayal that Kevin Sorbo did for the professor in God's Not Dead does not mimic. Granted, as somebody who has not gone to college, but as somebody who has watched college lectures, because I got my ass kicked one time on a server in political discourse and said that's not happening again. I have not seen a teacher take that particular route that Kevin Sorbo's character did in that movie. It literally was, no, my opinions are this. Those are for a completely different class. I am not here to try to lead you to them. I'm here to give you tools.
Yeah,
That's my job.
When I was in college, I didn't have any teachers that forced it. It was about discussion, at least when it's in, especially like a humanities type class or like a, history or literature, and you're talking about things that don't have a definitive answer. It's about the discussion. It's about making you think. Only in STEM fields do you need to be like, hey, no, this is how you do the math. This is the math. I wasn't very good at math, as you can tell from my description of how math works.
Neither was I. It was actually geometry was the one class I ever failed in high school. But it's very weird to me whenever stuff like that happens, whenever there's a movie that's like, this is what it's like on the liberal campuses. Like, but it's not. It's literally not. This is people who got burned on the creationism argument and then just stayed on that forever.
Yeah.
Starstrike Prime is also redeemed. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. And they literally said suffer with it. So at least you know what you're doing.
Ooh, woo.
All right, so it's war then.
Wrong here.
Girl, let me tell you what. First of all, before I get into my little rant, there are plenty of people, like I said earlier, that are into that kind of thing, and we do not need to be judgmental. To each their own. You do you, boo. It's fine.
Except you actually do not think that that be the case. You just don't want to hurt people's feelings.
But wait, but she just said that. Did you just put words in her mouth? Okay.
You just want to live in this happy-go-lucky world where everyone can just do whatever they want and feel however they feel. Except, you know, this is going to become really ironic in just a second. So I'm going to put a pin on this one, and we're going to come back to it.
I'm so excited.
But I will say, I've heard of friends going through things. I've had experiences myself where you meet somebody and they just seem to care so much about everything about you, like where you grew up, who your family is, what you do for a living, things that make you you, your quirks, what's important to you, your love language. And then you find out that that's really not what they were interested in, and they were actually using that to get into bed with you.
Well, what's the alternative?
Oh, yikes.
Wait,
Yikerinos.
Wait, has this man, okay, I mentioned earlier that years ago I did swinging. It's how I found out I was demi, because I was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm actually not attracted to any of these people who are here exclusively for the purpose of fucking.
Sure.
I literally have nothing I want to do with these people. Why am I here? But, so, there are alternatives. Be upfront with somebody. Go, hey, I find you attractive, and I would like to know these things about you, but I would like to sleep with you.
There are entire
Like-
apps at this point that the entire purpose is to just hook up with people. Like, you don't need to lie to people about your intentions in order to sleep with them. That's really, really gross. Don't do that.
Like, you can, like, it literally, well, what's the alternative to lying to people? I don't know. Honesty? Just, seriously, go on Tinder and just go, hey, we both know why we're here. Do you want to hook up? And if somebody says no to that, and you go, well, then I should have, if somebody says no to that and you get upset at that and you say, well, I should have used the other route, your argument is, I failed to entice this person sexually. I should have manipulated them instead.
It also strikes me that I wonder if Bass, also in this statement of what else could you do, does he recognize that you could also genuinely maybe be interested in people's lives and personalities and stuff? Does he think everyone in any sort of relationship, that a man, if they're interested in what a woman has to say about herself, does he assume that that is always a lie? Does he assume that every other man sees women as only sexual objects like he does, and therefore has no interest in their lives or inner worlds?
Like, just, I also noticed somebody in your chat just went, I go to swing parties for the free food. See, at this one, everybody had to bring their own alcohol, so it wasn't really free. I mean, you paid for the bottle of alcohol. Does that count?
I don't know.
It's like the MGTOW version of Nephilim free. Oh god, no. Don't bring up Nephi.
Who's
That is-
Nephilim free?
Oh, you don't know?
No.
Oh dear. Okay. So Nephilim Free is a creationist. He believes that he has the... What's the best way to put this? He believes wholeheartedly that all of science ever has gotten everything wrong at all times. The Bible actually has the real answers to everything. I want you to imagine Kent Hovind as a basement dweller and an internet troll, and you have Nephilim Free.
Nephilim free. I gotta add this person to my bookmarks. Hold on. Oh boy, he does a lot of long streams. Jesus, 6 hours?
Yeah.
4.5 hours? Okay.
I have
Saved.
done a 8-way debate where like it was a bunch of atheists on one side and theists on the other side, and he was one of the theists on the other side, and I was just like, yep, this has sold me on it. I am not talking to this asshole ever again. He's basically a creationist cryptid. And Keto Benai has redeemed. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. I secretly hate you. Oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
Okay, I'm not here to say that I need your coordinates for carpet bomb related reasons. But those are war words.
Ooh woo.
Those are war words. Sir Isaac has said that I need to tell you that Nephilim Free is the stupider version of G-Man.
That's impossible. That's impossible. G-Man is the stupid version of G-Man. I've talked with G-Man, okay? The bar is at the floor. This guy would have to take a jackhammer and start chipping away at the sub-basement in order to qualify for that.
Well, that's where he lives, so, you know.
And I don't ask that question facetiously. I mean, with all sincerity, Jacqueline, what are they supposed to do?
Not lie to people? It's not hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be, but we're not.
Their only option is to appeal to you to some degree. That's what they have to do. You're the one that decided to have sex with them, or your friends decided to sleep with them.
Wait, what? Where was that said? Also, there are relationships that begin with sex.
Yeah.
And then end up being 10-year-long relationships that are wholly fulfilling between the two people because they wanted to have sex and also really liked the person.
Yeah.
That happens.
I've seen people talk about meeting their partners on Tinder and stuff. That can happen.
Oh, yeah. It's... Again, I feel like this person has never actually, like, conversed with a woman. He just knows that they exist through the internet.
Yeah. He gets his entire view on women from other, like, MGTOW red pill channels.
Oh no, he only pretended to like me. Well, you still did the one-night stand. You were still there. You still could have waited X amount of months to verify he really felt that way.
How would you verify that? How?
He would just continue to lie. Why would you assume he's going to get truthful at some point? Like, what? Or, how about this? We expect people not to lie about their intentions in regard to sexual relationships, because that's super gross. This guy, yes, by the way, for those who don't know, this guy is a substitute teacher. I feel like that's worth bringing up.
That's kind of scary when you think about it.
He has authority over young people.
He wasn't using those different things. That's just the nature of how you convince people to be with you. You either just be super hot Chad or Tyrone and you just slide in them guts.
That's just incel language.
Yep.
That's literally the whole ideology. The thing I memed earlier about the Giga Chad with multiple square jaws, that's actually a fucking ideology.
Yeah. He basically thinks that, and again, I brought this up earlier, like, this guy isn't ugly. If he just took care of himself, he's fine. His problem is he has an awful personality and no respect for women. That's his issue.
And also, I see there's points in the chat where people are saying we can't use that word on Twitch. You can't use that word on... It's the same thing with simp. You cannot use those words on twimps. On twimps?
You can't use them as insults. You can use them as when you're talking about
context.
the actual subject. I try and avoid it altogether, but yes, it is only as an insult.
Or you feign that you care about this person until they finally give in and they feel comfortable and you have sex with them. I didn't make the world this way. That's what you liberals did. You guys made it this way. You did this.
How?
This is the world you chose.
Wait, how? How did liberals create this world that's terribly inconvenient for you?
Because he has to have consent. So in order to manufacture consent, he has to lie.
Still need to read that book. Damn it. But, also Alpha Mario X has redeemed an oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
it makes me angrier every time.
Good.
There was a guy, it was 3 years ago on Twitter. There was a guy doing this exact same stuff, and it was me and my friend Inane Dragon arguing with them. And when Inane Dragon brought up the point of, you have to get consent from people, they started talking about how that's so hard and so inconvenient. And I'm just like, wait, how are you supposed to have sex without consent, without it being, oh no, this account just needs to be reported now.
Yeah.
I am hydrating. I thank you for redeeming a hydrate.
Chose this world. You can't be mad about it now.
And you have to catch it, and you have to like go through shit and be able to realize when people are being scummy.
Ironically, Abby's entire point here is trying to curtail the very thing you're complaining about here right now. But you are so stuck on
the problem with this is, apparently Bass thinks that if women dressed modestly, it would make men not lie to them in order to sleep with them. And again, this is not something I am saying all men do. I am just saying, specifically, the men that she is talking about that do that are going to do that regardless of whether or not you're showing legs or whatever she happens to think is, like, too seductive. This has nothing to do with what the person is wearing.
You see, it is always the women's fault in all of these scenarios based on what they are wearing. You see, they were asking for it. That is the logic. That is the logic. I remember when this got used against a bunch of conservatives when they got like hit at a protest or something, and just everybody started going. Or no, I remember what it was. There was some guy yelling, like a street preacher, yelling that women were sluts and that they deserved to be sexually assaulted for what they were wearing. And then somebody just kind of like baseball batted him in the head. And I mean, obviously illegal, don't do violence on people, but all the comments on that topic were just, well, I mean, he was asking for it. I mean, look at what he was wearing.
The fact that you're supposed to disagree with her, that you don't recognize that she's literally right at this very moment in this video trying to convince you to, she's trying to help you avoid that! My brain! Oh my gosh!
So I'm just a point of camera critique. If you're going to make these exaggerated motions on a camera, you probably need to put the camera a little further away from you so that your body language can all be on frame. I know that has nothing to do as an argument with what he's saying, but there's things his hands are doing here that I cannot see, and it bothers me because it's his fault that I cannot see them.
But I must ask, my friend, like, what exactly is wrong with that? Like, as far as the liberals are concerned, I truly cannot grasp how you guys dance around that. You guys two-step this shit so much. It just blows my friggin' mind. It really does. Like, on one breath, it's okay to be promiscuous and just have these one-night stands, but it's also wrong to pretend to care about people in order to have sex with them.
Yes! These things aren't mutually exclusive! Be honest! Why is honesty not on the table for you, you idiot?
It is equally good to be able to present yourself as how you want, as it is good to not be lied to. These things can exist in the same vacuum.
I think, here's the problem. Okay, once again, I think he's putting all women into this stereotypical box, and I think he believes that women would have no interest in just hooking up with someone that they find attractive, so he thinks that you must have to lie in order to achieve a one-night stand, which is absurd. That's ridiculous and untrue.
Like, again, there are entire sub-societies built around the idea that you do not have to go through the dating phase if you just want to have sex. There are... I'm not going to say the actual website name because I do not know what Twitter TOS is where that is or Twitch TOS is where that is concerned, but there is a website that can be used, many of them actually at this point probably, I haven't used them in years, strictly for the purpose of hooking up, And there are ones that are made strictly for the purpose of hooking up if you're already in a relationship to find people to engage in group activities with. And these things, if you're on that website, everybody knows why you're there. It requires no conversation about, hey, so what are you looking to do with our relationship? Like, no, that's not a conversation that has to be had. Because again, that's why they're there. Does he not think these things exist? Like, there are alternatives. They are there. You don't just have to lie to people to get in their pants. There are people who would be willing to sleep with you if you just tell them, hey, my only purpose here is to get into your pants. If something else comes of it, then that maybe would be cool, depending. But realistically, I'm here just to bone you. There are people who are perfectly okay with that.
Yeah.
Just heavy breathing. Heavy breathing is required.
But, like, why is that wrong? Like, let's say you legitimately do care. Like, you do genuinely care about this person. And
I have to interrupt your broadcasted cringe for more cringe because it has been redeemed in my chat. Oh, well.
Ooh,
then you have sex with them and you find out you...
All right, look, I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to go onto twitter.com and I'm going to have to cancel you on the internet. I am sorry.
Ooh, woo.
I swear I will do it right now.
Good. I want to be canceled.
Okay, that's what we're doing. Sorry, everybody who wanted content. I'm going to have to cancel Hannah online on the internet right now.
You don't like them afterwards. Or you just find out that the only reason you were so invested was because you were stuck on the novelty of who they were, and you just don't care anymore. That happens sometimes. A lot of women don't want to accept that happens. But ladies, it happens. Sometimes men will meet you and really care and be invested, and then they find out the novelty of who you are wears off because you're really not that special. It's a tough pill to swallow.
I don't think that's a man-centric... I think everyone at one time or another has been in some sort of relationship, casual or serious, where you were, like, into them initially, and then at some point it just stops working. I was in a relationship for, like, 6-7 years at one point, and it just ended up not working, and that's fine. That happens. Like,
people are adults. Yeah. People are dynamic. Sometimes the superficial person you met in the beginning doesn't seem to be the person that you want. Maybe you are... What's a way we can dial this back to something he argued earlier? You may be a liberal or a leftist, and they may be a Trump supporter, and you found that out after you two slept with each other. And because you cannot square being in a long-term relationship with somebody who openly voted for a fascist, you decide, maybe this isn't working for me anymore. And that happens.
Yeah.
But you got to swallow it. You got to swallow it. You got to come to terms with it.
I don't want to hear him say you got to swallow it ever again.
There were so many sexual undertones there. It scared me. I'm gonna have to clip that. Just that clip of him go, "You've got to swallow it. You've got to swallow it." Why is it not letting me play? I understand that my computer has my self-interest in heart, but I still want to die, so we're going to hit the play button.
But then again, like I said, like, I guess I don't really get, like, why is me... Like, if I cared about this woman and I only wanted to have a one-night stand with her, like, do you really one-night stand with people you care about from the beginning? Like...
It depends. Again, people are weird.
Yeah.
It happens. There are people who are friends, have a one-night stand with someone, and then go, hey, so you were really cool, and I like you as a person, but the sex wasn't that great, and I don't know if I want to be in a relationship, but I do still kind of care about you as a person. And then they just become friends after that.
Sure.
Like, I mean, sure, it might be hard for some people, but... Yeah. Also, Narandial, the reason that there's no new follower audio right now is because a bunch of bots spammed following on the channel, and so I've had to turn it all off for the time being, and I apologize for that. I recognize that does kind of hurt the Twitch experience for a lot of people, but literal robots ruined it for you, unfortunately.
Like, that's the thing that confuses me. Like, Like, in principle, if you care about this person, you wouldn't be having a one-night stand with them where you don't see them anymore. Like, the two ideas are incompatible with each other, Jack.
Not necessarily. There's
No.
also nothing about a one-night stand that says that you wouldn't see the person later.
Yeah, I don't understand what his conception of this concept is. Conception of concept. That's not a good way to word that. I talk for a living, folks. I know what I'm doing, okay?
So, one-night stand being sexual activity without emotional commitment or further involvement. So I guess there might be a little bit of, you don't do this with people you care about, but you also can intend on having a one-night stand with somebody and then just develop a friendship afterwards.
Sure.
Becky? What, I mean, you know what, just continue.
But, I mean, it's not that easy. It's not so simple as to be like, oh, well, I'm wearing a low-cut shirt tonight, therefore every man that approaches me just wants to have sex.
No, Jacqueline. It really is that easy.
What?
Wow, he has such a low opinion of men, doesn't he?
Like, again, I will say this right now. As the demi person in the conversation, you having a low-cut shirt does not suddenly mean I want to sleep with you. My brain don't do like that. It doesn't work like that. It can't. Jesus. Why?
In fact, it's so easy to I'll put it to you simply, ladies. If any dude tries to approach you on the street, he's probably trying to have sex with you. It doesn't mean
what?
that night. It doesn't mean 2 weeks from now. But at some point in time, he's trying to put his dick in you.
So
again, this speaks entirely to the fact that he sees no other purpose for women than to want to sleep with them, and therefore he projects that belief onto every other man. It is so gross.
To bass, all women are cock sleeves.
Yep.
That is the only thing he can think of. Alpha Mario X just pointed out, what if the man who approached the woman is gay? I feel like in this person's ideology, gay people don't exist.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard him talk about anyone in the LGBT community, so tough to say.
Well, you understand that all LGBT people is alphabet SJWs and also fascists. So I don't talk about them.
Alphabet SJWs. Beautiful.
Now it's up for you to decide whether that be a good or a bad thing. Is it the character and the nature of the male that makes it good or bad? Because I see lots of girls pick drug dealers all the time, so make of that what you will. But it is that easy, Jack.
I see people on the internet do a thing sometimes. All people on the internet are the same now.
Yeah, that's how it works. One person does a thing, and that means everyone does a thing.
It really is that easy. Sorry, I didn't make the world this way. That's just how it be.
Wait, is it that you didn't make the world this way, that's how it is? Or is it that you didn't make the world this way, that's how the liberals constructed it? Wait, does this mean the liberals are God?
That's a scary thought. We're all gonna be stuck eternally at brunch.
We're all at brunch, and we all get to have awesome things in our society, but it requires us to bomb the Middle East. In perpetuity.
Fortunately, my full of shit radar got very developed over the years.
Yes, but like, Jackie, I asked with all sincerity, did you have to get your vagina blasted before that full of shit radar developed? Like, did you have to get pounded out? Or...
That just... Okay. That's some... Those are words that were spoken by an individual. So look, there are people, and Bass, as somebody who will not sleep with anybody until you're married with them, who I'm assuming has probably also never been in a relationship, there are people who think that the person that they're with is the best person in the world, but the person that they're with created a facsimile for them to be with. They weren't their true self. They were doing the thing that you have advocated for in this video called lying to their potential sexual partners. And it is only after you are done being lied to that you realize that you were being lied to. As is the nature of a lie, You don't find out you were being lied to until something happens that lets you uncover the truth. And it might be that the person ghosts you right after you guys have sex. That could be the thing that clued you into the fact that they were lying. That happens. Sometimes, yes, it literally did take you having sex with that person to come to the conclusion that they were probably not a good person to begin with. Though, the language I'm using is having sex with them. For you, it's having your vagina blasted.
Pounding it out, also.
I'm just gonna say this right now. In all seriousness, Bass, have you considered that anal exists? just out of curiosity, has it crossed your mind that there are other alternative options here? And also ones that don't degrade women and make them seem like cum slaves. That would be a good thing to avoid too. You know, if you really want to get married.
Cum slave?
I said cum sleeve, but
oh, I thought you said cum slave, and I was like, I don't know what these words mean.
I don't know. Definitely not slave.
Okay.
Though I feel like that's kind of the ideal woman for Bass. Just somebody who is willing to accept all of his bullshit.
Over and over and over again by multiple different dudes before you recognize, hey, some of these guys actually don't like me.
That just sounded like slut shaming.
Yeah.
And they just want to use me like a masturbatory tool. Like, did you? I guess so. Maybe you did. I'm just saying that Abby doesn't feel that you do. And if you weren't so stuck on her being a conservative, you might recognize that the two of you actually want the same thing.
No, you don't. They don't, though.
They don't, though.
Abby wants all women to never sleep with anyone unless they're married and a trad wife. And Jacqueline wants women to be able to do what they want without being fucking lied to. These are completely different things. Like, what? What?
This guy disgusts me, and yet there are 10 more minutes of him.
Yep.
Why?
Dumbass.
And here's the thing. You can dress modestly and beautifully.
And here's the thing. You can dress immodestly and still be beautiful and still be respected and still be valued.
That's true. However, the quality of people you're going to attract are probably going to be individuals who are a little bit more untoward, rather than the people who are a little bit more toward and are really more focused on trying to forge a relationship with you rather than just trying to pound you out and never speaking to you again.
No, not really. Like, people who are attracted to you, regardless of what you are wearing, there is an equal chance that they will lie to you. In either scenario, whether you are wearing modest clothing or wearing revealing clothing.
Yeah.
It does not... While yes, one may be more attractive to someone, I'm gonna throw out a hypothetical individual, Bass. This hypothetical individual is a Ben Shapiro connoisseur, let's say. They're only seeking a one-night stand, but they view anybody who's wearing what you would deem immoderate clothing, and discernibly less clothing than is prudent, they view them as sluts. That's the way they're going to view these people. Now, this person has a hard-on for people who dress in the way that, say, Girl Defined and Classically Abby want them to dress. This person is only looking for a one-night stand, but they are attracted more to the people who are dressing modestly because that is what specifically makes... It's what makes them go off. It's the thing that makes them happy. This person is actually more likely to view this modestly dressed person as... What did you call somebody to pound out was the words that you used? They're going to view that person as someone to use and then never talk to again. Even though that person dressed completely differently to what you were arguing. Because at the end of the day, it's not how you're dressing that changes other people's mentality. Other people are responsible for their mentality, not the person who they're projecting things onto.
Yeah. He basically wants women to take the blame for if someone hooks up with them and lies about why. It's gross.
You see, it's actually your fault I was attracted to you. Like, what? No, pretty sure that had nothing to do with it.
And still find a great guy.
Well, that's only because you're a woman, and like,
What?
it's really not hard to find a great. It's not like women
what?
just make things harder than it needs to be, because they need drama and challenge in their life because the world is just so easy for a lot of them. But realistic.
They literally couldn't vote a few years ago. What? Things are just easier for women? How?
His justification for this, I've seen other videos he's done. The justification he gives is, well, a woman could get married at any time and be taken care of by a rich person who's ugly, so why don't they just do it? Why don't women just get together with me and I would take care of them? Not realizing that he's an awful person and no one would want to be with him who's reasonable and understands his personality.
Moreover, sugar moms exist. Like,
Sure.
that's a... Like, the opposite thing that is required to debunk that position exists in reality. I want to die in my brain meats area.
It's not hard. Like Jacqueline, you're right. I mean, but that's just a consequence of being a woman. Like, the challenge for a woman is not finding a good man. The challenge is picking him. And that's what that is.
Yikes.
That reeks of... You see, you chose the Giga Chad, but the Giga Chad is an asshole, whereas I, the Sigma male, am not an asshole. And the abuse that you went through in that relationship is actually on you because you chose him. You could have chosen me, a true Sigma male, who wouldn't have hurt you like that.
Yeah.
50 years old, do you want to be trying to be praised for your body or praised for your family?
I would like to be praised for both, maybe, but I just so happen to be a woman that wants a family. Not every woman does. Maybe they want to be praised for their accomplishments, which I also fall into that category, along with my family. Maybe they take pride in their health and the way that they are able to exercise every day. So maybe they're proud of their body, too.
No one fucking cares, Jacqueline. We're not talking
You-
about the women that don't.
Wait,
Why
but
not?
Her point was, which one would you rather be? And Jacqueline just pointed out, well, I'd rather be the other thing. And you went, but we're not talking about that. Like, but you are.
It's frustrating, too, because it's a false dichotomy. Do you want to be respected for your family or your body? Like, there are other things, too. I'm not going to cite myself because I'm trans and chuds won't listen to me anyway. But let's talk about my girlfriend, for instance, Baha, who's in the chat all the time. Wonderful person. She doesn't want kids. Neither of us wants kids, which is great. That works out. She is working on her PhD. She's a fourth-year PhD candidate right now. I would imagine one of the things that she wants to be, like, appreciated for when she's in her 50s is the work that she does in her field. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be about your body or your family. People can have accomplishments that they're proud of outside of those two things. What?
I want to die a little. Hearing this and knowing that I share a planet with this person, and at some point this person expelled carbon dioxide that at one point in time may have drifted far enough across this planet to reach me, and I breathed it in as well, that personally disgusts me.
Maybe they're proud of their body, too. Who cares? Why can't you be somebody that strives for more in life than to be patted on the back for how many kids you got to shit out?
Here, Jackie, you remember when you said this, right?
Let me tell you what. First of all, before I get into my little rant, there are plenty of people, like I said earlier, that are into that kind of thing, and we do not need to be judgmental. To each their own. You do you, boo. It's fine.
You remember when you said that? So, what I'm trying to understand...
But what does that have to do with what you just said?
I think he's saying her referring to having kids as how many kids you shit out. He's saying that's disrespectful. even though it's really not. I mean, I wouldn't say that to someone's face, but she's just being... how do I put this? She's being hyperbolic because she's talking about this and trying to... How do I put this? What's the word? Take the idea of being a parent off the highest pillar of, like, world accomplishments, because a lot of people have kids, and it's fine.
Or, like, deconstructing it?
I guess.
No.
Basically just trying to point out, like, you know, a lot of people have kids. It's great if you have kids. That's awesome. I don't have to agree with you about it, but that's cool. But also, like, it's just having kids. Chill out.
Actually, you know what? Literally in just the same sentence. Let's go back to this one right here.
They want to be praised for their accomplishments, which I also fall into that category, along with my family. Maybe they take pride in their health and the way that they are able to exercise every day. So maybe they're proud of their body too.
So, if I may ask, Jacqueline, why is not the amount of children you, as you so delicately put it, shit out, a term of accomplishment for that woman? Why does that one not count?
She didn't say it doesn't. She said that that's not something that she personally wants to be proud of.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the only thing or, like, a focus for all people. And also the irony of Bass trying to all of a sudden word police after he called one-night stands getting pounded out or blasted, whatever he said, is kind of hilarious how hypocritical it is.
I'm just wondering, I'm just asking. I mean, you know, it's just... She carried, let's say, 4 children to term, and then she's raising them, and she's talking to them, and she's teaching them, and she's trying to give them morals and values, and she's trying to give them an enjoyable life to live. That's another. She's trying to make their lives better than what her life was.
That's not all mothers, though. There are plenty of mothers who spend more time at work than with their kids, or also just hate their children.
Yeah. Like
Jacqueline's point was not being known for just the amount of kids you were able to pop out. That's the beginning and end of her point. You're adding all kinds of things onto that point that was not previously there.
Oh, you have a mother like that, right? She's trying to improve your quality of life because hers sucked, you know? Let's say your mommy's like that. What? Jacqueline, seriously. Why are you deriding that one? What's wrong with that?
She didn't deride that one. She's arguing that you should be able to have both.
Yep.
I'm just asking, you know, I'm just asking. I'm just wondering.
It's amazing to work out and stay fit, but I hope that when I'm 50, people are talking about my accomplishments as a mother, as a wife, and as a woman with values.
And that's her prerogative, isn't it? Isn't that what you would reply, Jacqueline? Would you not reply that is her choice and that she shouldn't be judged for it? In fact, that's kind of what you just said here. Let's just play this back once again.
Okay, so before he obnoxiously plays that back one more time, the difference here is that Abby is not arguing that she personally wants to be known for these things. She's arguing that because she personally wants to be known for these things, other people should want that too, and that is a higher want than the base want of wanting to be known for your body.
Yeah.
That's her argument. That's why it matters. Even if Jacqueline were to respond and say, well, you know, you can be comfortable with that, but that wouldn't be enough, because her argument is not, this is just what I want. Her argument is, other people should want this too.
Yeah, Jacqueline's talking about it in reference to herself, saying, I don't want to shit out kids. Abby is saying, everyone should want that, and they should be proud of that above everything else.
There are plenty of people, like I said earlier, that are into that kind of thing, and we do not need to be judgmental. To each their own. You do you, boo. It's fine.
Certainly, Jacqueline, you know, being the liberal who doesn't judge people, she's certainly going to be all like, yeah, Abigail, it's a great goal and to strive for, right?
I am a woman with values. I do the dishes. I keep wanting to say pray to Jesus. I keep a tidy home. I have 15 children. I have a husband that I just kiss his feet when he comes home from work. Work for me? No. I'm a stay-at-home homemaker, because women who do work are bad. I only want to be respected for my family and how I'm a good wife and how I can cook a mean turkey.
Oh. No. Instead, you respond by mocking her.
Yes,
Yeah.
because she's okay. Her point is obviously hyperbole. She's being hyperbolic. This is obviously in jest, but a hyperbole is there because she's talking about Abby scoffing at other women having different lifestyles. She made the point that we made a half second ago in the clip you just played. Bass, I want to say you're better than this, but I'm not familiar enough with you or your content to say that truthfully.
He's not better than this. This is actually some of the least offensive material he's put out, believe it or not.
Well, now I think a brain hemorrhage would be better.
Huh. Weird how that one works. You know, she does something you don't like and you judge her harshly for it. She suggests you do something that you do like, and then you reply, "Hey, there should be no judgment." It's funny how that works. Yeah.
I am a woman with values. I do the dishes. I keep wanting
Why
to
are
say,
you playing the
"Dude,
clip again?"
I keep a tidy home. I have 15 children. I have a husband that I just kiss his feet when he comes home from work. Work for me? No. I'm a stay-at-home homemaker.
That's a bit redundant.
Because women who do work are bad. I only want to be respected for my family and how I'm a good wife and how I can cook a mean turkey.
But Jacqueline, I must ask, what exactly?
I'm getting real pissed when he says, "I must ask."
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's not part of his everyday vernacular.
No.
It's not coming off naturally.
What's wrong with that? I mean, you're saying it in a mocking tone, you know. You're being very, very snide, but I must ask, what is the problem here? It's no actual argument. You're
It
just
feels to
saying
me
Oh
like
my
she's
God.
making fun of the fake Abby Shapiro persona as opposed to someone actually wanting to be a stay-at-home parent, because who the fuck cares? Like, people can do what they want to do. She's making fun of Abby Shapiro because Abby Shapiro is an incredibly fake personality meant to try and push trad wife values onto young women.
Did you know that being a trad wife is actually very trendy right now? It's not trendy with the hashtag liberals, but it is trendy with the people who really matter, like God. I should never imitate Abby again.
way, but what exactly is the problem?
What's that you say? I could achieve more in my life? I could be known for more than womanly duties? Nonsense.
Yeah, but I have to ask, Jack, why would you need to be? Like, if the person is content and happy with just
See, when
her
he says he
womanly
has to
duties,
ask, that's fine.
Why
That
are you
sounds normal.
deriding them for that? What if the woman wants to be that?
Bass,
Like,
it's not about
that.
that. She's not saying that you should deride someone who wants that. She is making fun of the fact that Abby is the one who is claiming that that is the only modality of being happy and feeling fulfilled as a woman. That's the issue. That's the issue.
I'm just going to say right now, with some of the other language that he's used in this video, I think saying fulfilled as a woman has a wholly different context for him. This is the guy who's talked about vagina blasting in what you've told me apparently is the least controversial video that he's made.
Oh yeah, you he's made some stuff, let me tell you.
Oh dear.
Literally, there was a video where it was someone who talked about getting like molested by her stepdad as a child or something, and he went on to make fun of her and say that she's like looking for a daddy and all sorts of stuff. Like, this dude's
What?
Yeah, this dude's disgusting.
Gross.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I'm fine making sexual jokes in jest, but when we're talking about victims of assault, you kind of dial that down.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's around children. He's a substitute teacher, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Stan, why is getting your vagina blasted by numerous
There it is
dudes
again.
who don't like you a much worthy form of praise for young ladies than like being with a dude that does want you, and then you have children and then you raise them to be healthy adults? Like, why is this path of getting your vagina blasted?
Why is he so stuck on vagina blasting?
I don't know. It's also funny that he implies that, like, if you're married to a man, then he definitely wants you. My parents' relationship says otherwise based on their dynamic my entire life. They hate each other, so yeah, marriages aren't always happy and fulfilling for people.
More virtuous and worthy to you. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. And you're not arguing. You're just being a dickhead. You're just being snide.
Oh, the
Welcome
irony of
to
that
projection.
statement coming from him is pretty palpable.
You don't know the value in your own life until you're living for another person.
Well, geez, that is quite the altruistic and motherly take.
No,
Jeez,
no,
ooh.
no, 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 no. That is literally slave apologia. Don't even be the person who's like, ah, yes, unless I am living my life for someone else, my life has no true meaning. Like, no.
Yeah.
No.
I'm happy that parents out there get fulfillment from, taking care of their kids and raising their kids. That's awesome. I'm happy for them. But I hate when anyone implies that people who don't have kids or whatever are somehow missing out and, like, our lives are lesser for it. Like, that's not cool. Like, I live a fulfilling life. I love my life. And the idea that I would need to have children, which I don't want anyway. That's why I'm not having kids, is because I don't want them. I have no interest in raising children or being around children or watching them grow up or anything. I would be a terrible parent because of that. And that's a fair recognition to be able to go through my life and be like, I can be fulfilled without this thing. That's reasonable.
Also, I have been assaulted by my torture in chat once again. Oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
Oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
I'm just gonna say this right now as well. One day I would.
Did he cut out? Oh no. He's frozen.
Like the filament.
Oh god.
Oh god. Everything seems to be working now.
Okay, what were you saying?
I was saying, one day, when the internet is not trying to break itself in half, one day I want to have kids. Not because I think that I need a sense of personal fulfillment from that. Not because I think that my life will not have personal accomplishment without having kids. No. You see, I mod Nerf guns. And I want my kid, when I have one, to pick up their first Nerf gun and go, Dad, do you have any of these? And I want to say, why, yes, I do. And then I'm going to aim one of my modded Nerf guns that hits unreasonably hard, and we're going to have a Nerf war. And that will be a lesson that child never forgets.
That's a great reason to have children. I'm very proud of you.
I want children so I can pelt them with high-powered Nerf rifles. That's what I want to do. That is the whole reason that I've been doing Nerf modding on streams. When you guys have seen me rip out internals and put in solid metal parts into my Nerf rifles, that's the reason why. That's what they've been doing for. I wish I was sponsored by freaking Adventure Force or something. That would be cool. Okay, Bass. Now that I'm done talking about assaulting children with foam, let's play.
Ooh, Abigail, that is... Man. The world would be a much better place if a lot of women...
Women! Not a lot of people. Women.
Women, yes.
had that same thought process for their children. Jeez, wow. Oh, that's beautiful. God damn, dude. Could you imagine loving someone else that fucking much?
Pelt them with Nerf foam? Absolutely.
I really hope...
Could you imagine?
I hope Bass doesn't want to be fulfilled and known for his family, because I have a feeling that's probably not going to happen for him if he continues to behave like this. Not happening.
Yeah. No kids for him. He's far too dangerous. Not to the children, but probably to his future wife.
Oh, I think he'd be dangerous to the children. I think he'd be incredibly terrible and teach them really, really mentally destructive things.
You know, Timmy, you need to understand that that girl Lisa over there, you see, you may be 5 years old right now and have your first crush on her, but it's because you want to sleep with her. Here, let me tell you the rules of the world, the birds and the bees. Dad, I'm 5. Just, I am worried if he actually has kids at some point.
Imagine like loving your children that much where you're like, damn man, I want to make their like to just care so much. Man, wow. I was not expecting that.
What is this woman's deal?
She likes being a mother, Jacqueline. She enjoys it. She likes her children. She loves her babies, Jacqueline. That's her fucking deal.
Wait, does Abby have children?
I think she
does. I
does.
don't think so.
Does she
does?
not? I assume she did at this point.
She has never talked about them at all.
I can respect that. I get if people don't want to talk about their kids online.
But like, I would expect that the conservative trad wife TM would also like be full on soccer mom, but yeah, no, everybody in the chats are saying that no, Abby just doesn't have kids. Like that's just not a thing right yet.
Well, that's a little hypocritical.
Which means, Bass, she doesn't love her children that much. She loves the idea of her children that much. And trust me, that's a very dangerous thing. Also, yes, freezing on this smile is horrible.
That's her deal. She likes being someone's mom. She loves it. That's all she's saying, Jackie.
Why do I have this image in my head now of Abby Shapiro breaking somebody's kneecaps so that they're stuck in her house so that she can be their mom for them? I'm just imagining horror classically Abby. No, you don't need to get up. Mom's gonna make some soup for you.
I'd watch that movie.
Technically, that movie already exists. It's just about a writer.
The Misery is different. I want it to be Abby Shapiro infantilizing. Oh God, who would be the person who has to be the kid, or not a kid? Someone she treats like a kid.
It has to be Ben. It has to be Ben Shapiro.
Okay, that's cool. And then as a nod to the fact that this is a clear homage to Misery, we'll have Kathy Bates be the police officer at the end that comes in and like catches them or gets shot or something.
Well, Mr. Shapiro, I understand that you love your sister very much, but trust me, the kind of love she had for you, probably best you don't explore that any further. Just, your kneecaps are already recovering, dude.
Oh my God, Abby Shapiro's only 20 years old? She was born in the year 2000? Jesus Christ.
She acts like a 40-year-old, though.
Yeah, it was misleading.
She acts like a boomer.
I assumed she was older than me. Full honesty out there. I thought she was in her 30s at minimum.
Yes.
I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Wait, that's a different Abby Shapiro? Okay, Baja looked up the wrong one. She's 28, not 20, sorry.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
Shapiro right here. I can't get over it. You can't have meaning in your own life until you're giving meaning to someone else's. Because if you're just living for yourself, what is that doing? You have to live for another person to actually truly hold any value in your own existence.
Jacqueline, all you did was repeat what the woman said, not only with more words, but in a mocking tone.
Yeah. That's kind of the point. Yeah, the point is that what she said is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Give me a counter-argument, please, woman. Please give me a bloody counter-argument. That's all I'm asking for. Argue with her, please. Well, that seems...
Inner Sargon of God.
Seems to be about the end of Jacqueline's response to the modesty video, and subsequently, it will be the end of mine. Geez, talking about a trip down memory lane, I forgot how insufferable Jacqueline was, but I also forgot the amount of joy in making response videos. Holy crap, man. But geez, in conclusion, I just want to say, Abigail is just a woman that likes being a mother. She likes being a conservative, and maybe you can call it brainwashing, but I would have to ask, I don't know, is all of the thoughtery imparted upon young girls nowadays not also brainwashing them? Like, what's the difference? I mean, if you're saying that she only likes all this stuff because that's the culture she was raised in, then we would argue that the same thing be the case for any woman that enjoys WAP from Cardi B. I don't.
WAP is brainwashing, everyone.
It's a pretty good song, for the record.
I need you to understand, okay? It's wet ass P word, and you know I have to say that because my doctor wife told me that if it is really that wet, it's actually the sign of an infection.
Let's say hypothetically that in a sexual scenario we found that maybe perhaps you had a wet ass P word, then we need to take you to the emergency room immediately.
I just cannot imagine the scenario in which Ben Shapiro and his wife sleep together now. After that, I just can't. I've never wanted to imagine that scenario, and my arguments for never doing so increase thanks to that. Just, why are the Shapiros?
They have a lot of money. That's why. Their parents are in the film industry as producers, I think. So they had connections and money.
Just why? We have 1 more minute of suffering.
Okay.
We can make it through 1 minute. I believe.
But the way I see it is this: if you're going to say that like something deserves no judgment and should be fair and fine for people to do, as Jacqueline puts in her video, as I've shown you numerous times, it's some right old bullshit to be upset about it when a woman is like, "Hey, I like being a mother and a mommy. It fulfills me."
She's not though. She's fetishizing the concept without actually experiencing it. It's weird.
And there's a difference between being a mother and a mommy that we don't want to go into the difference.
I am content with being someone's mom and raising them. And honestly, that's their prerogative. I don't like it's their prerogative. You don't have to be the greatest woman ever or have acolytes or have accolades or have a whole bunch of people praise you. Like, it's okay to want to be simple and just be with your kids and just love your babies. Like,
that's not what Abby wants, though. She wants to fetishize the idea of being that person and then sell the idea of being that person back to you as a product on YouTube.
Yep. It's gross.
Like, it's not that she's saying, I just want to be simple. No, she wants the glamour. That's why she's on YouTube, paying for advertisements, trying to grow. She wants that lifestyle. But
wouldn't it be funny if she ended up she did end up having kids and then she realized she hates it?
Hey everyone, hi ladies, Classically Abby here, and I'm here to argue about the merits of post-late term abortion.
Let's say, hypothetically, my sister called me at 3 a.m. and said she strangled her children. Now let's say I have a van and I need to go over to her house and help her conceal a crime. What do you liberals think of that?
Where would be, hypothetically, in Minecraft, the best place to hide this body?
Oh, no.
Like, is it really strange or wrong to love your fucking progeny? Like, I have to sit here and defend women liking their own children? We are truly in the darkest timeline. There's some nigga on the internet trying to convince other people on the internet that it should be okay for a woman to want to like her children.
That's not what she's trying to do, and you want to talk about brainwashing, you have fallen for it, and it's hilarious.
Where did we go wrong? What happened to us? What happened? Oh man. With that being said, I certainly hope you guys got something out of today's video, and if you did, man, go ahead and click the like button. Shoot, go ahead and click that subscribe button. Comment in the comment box below. As always, you guys have yourselves a great day. I'll see you cool cats soon.
No. Let's maybe not. Let's not see each other soon or ever.
No,
Please.
I cover him like once every 4 months, maybe, just because they're exhausting.
Yeah, how were we here for almost 2 hours talking about this one man?
Yep.
Well, I think he's going to have to become a tradition for me to cover as well.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I actually don't like that. Can I just talk about video games? Can I just talk about Sonic the Hedgehog, please?
Please talk about Sonic the Hedgehog.
Anyways, that's the end of his stuff. If you guys enjoyed as you're watching this on YouTube, not on Twitch, and you have not subscribed to Hannah already, or followed Hannah, depending on which platform you are jumping on, links will be in the description of my video when that goes live. So,
yep, same
please
here.
Go ahead and do so.
Definitely check out. I'll put in chat right now Suris' channel on Twitch, and I'll get the YouTube one, and it'll be in the description if you're watching this later on YouTube. So make sure, please go subscribe, follow, all that jazz.
I'm gonna hit the other buttons, but first I'm going to end the recording. Oh, so everybody in my chat knows that the recording's over. Insert end of video tagline here. Ha! There we go. Now I've hit the record button, or ended. Hit the record button to end the recording. There's not a stop record button on OBS.
Beautiful.
It's the same button.
Oh no!
It's the same
now
button.
I'm getting follow botted.
Oh God!
Jesus Christ!
If it happens to one, it will happen to the other eventually.
Yeah.
Steve with a Q has redeemed an oh whoa. Well, thank you very much for redeeming the oh whoa and torturing me even more than Saz has managed to. And I mean that sincerely, except I really don't mean that. It's not actually torture.
Ooh woo.
Just kind of torture. Okay, that's fighting words. I have a razor blade. I need to find you. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't be able to do much with this anyway.
God.
It's a small...
Sorry, go ahead.
But I wouldn't be able to do much with this thing anyway. It's a small X-Acto knife meant for shaving off those spindly bits on 3D models. It's not going to do a lot.
Probably not. It'll hurt me, though, and that's good enough. Someone says we should do a collaboration on Christine Chandler. I imagine you're familiar with Sonichu.
Oh, no. So, while I am tangentially familiar with them, I do think that they're at a point, like, mentally where I wouldn't be comfortable covering them.
Understandable. She needs a lot of help. It's not good. I own the first 2 issues of Sonichu in a physical format, though, and they're beautiful.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
One-shot D&D fight between Hannah and Suris is what's on mine. Okay, what class would you be, then, if we were doing a one-shot fight?
Like, what if it was like a personification of myself in a D&D game?
Yes.
Bard.
I would be Paladin.
Okay.
So I guess you would vicious mockery me, and because this is YouTube where atheism exists, then I as the Paladin would hear your vicious mockery, deconvert and just become a fighter.
Yeah, there you go. Works out.
There we are. That's exactly how it would work. So just discuss weird Sonic lore. I mean, I could discuss weird Sonic lore for a while. Like that one time where freaking Sonic and Tails were fighting over Fiona Fox, and then Fiona just said, "Screw you. I don't like either of you anymore. I'm going to go bone that dark version of Sonic called Scourge, and I'm going to start a race war." That's a thing that happened.
There was a race war in a Sonic comic book.
Effectively, so would you consider all members of Planet effectively a race?
Sure.
Then yes, that's exactly what it was.
What's the name of the hedgehog that you just referenced?
Scourge.
Scourge. I gotta see this design. The different hedgehog designs always make me laugh. All the hedgehog characters are... It's just so weird to me because Sonic in and of himself is... And again, I'm not trying to be mean about Sonic or the Sonic fandom. It's completely valid to be fans of whatever. I'm into Marvel, so I'm into silly stuff too. But like, the Sonic design, the original one, isn't that versatile. Like, I feel like by the time they did Knuckles, they did basically all they can with that idea. And now everyone's OCs just basically look like recolored Sonics.
Yeah, there are some interesting characters that have come from that base design. Like, actually, if you've ever seen Blaze the Cat's design, her design's really good. I think hers is very solid, and it is still based on Sonic's original design. She's effectively the Sonic of her world.
Okay. What's the alligator? I like the alligator, too.
Oh, Vector the crocodile.
Yeah.
That's Vector.
Oh, and the bird one from Sonic, Air Riders or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, Jet the Hawk.
Yeah.
I've never been a big fan of Jet, but I also never played the Riders game, so I've only been exposed to the Babylon Rogues through, like, cutscenes and other media.
Yeah.
And I just don't like them. I think my favorite thing about them as characters I don't like is that they were used as punching bags effectively for Whisper and Tangle in the IDW comics.
Okay.
And I liked that because I actually like Whisper and Tangle as characters. Whisper is if it's Sonic lore ship, but Whisper's a recent character, like the last 2 years she's been a character. Do you know what Sonic Colors is?
I'm familiar with it. I've never played it though.
So there was a set of characters released on Sonic Colors called the Wisps that they just kind of kept in later games for no real
Are they the
reason.
alien things that got used as power-ups?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Whisper is like what I think that a character based on those things should have been in the first place, not just like these are power-ups for Sonic. She literally loads the aliens into a sniper rifle and uses them as ammunition, and that's like her shtick.
Jesus.
And I'm just like, this is exactly what I thought that these things needed to be. Bullets. Also, Freezer Burn has redeemed another. Oh, I need to make that longer. 5 minutes was too. Y'all are not responsible adults. Oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
Oh whoa.
Ooh woo.
Rouge the Bat is another character with a solid design, but for other reasons having to do with my childhood that we will not get into on this stream.
Was she a furry awakening? Is that what's happening here?
Look, for some people it was Sally Acorn. On the Sunset City podcast, I believe it was on there. There's an actual moment where Nick from Game Apologist just goes, I don't know what your problem is with Sally Acorn. She made me a man.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I'm just like, I'm not going to say anything about that. But no, I am... I see your chat's like, did I hear mention of furries? But I will say this. Of the recent Sonic stuff, the only stuff that's really been of quality has been the comics. And I kind of hate it a little bit. Because he's a video game character. The one place he should be good is a video game.
Yeah, I don't know. I want them to go back and do another Adventure, or more specifically Adventure 2 style game, because those are the ones I grew up playing, but like, I don't even know if I played that nowadays, how much I'd like it. I played Sonic Forces, and I was entertained. I got it on sale, and Sonic Mania is great, but like, I don't know.
See, Forces makes me very upset on a fundamental level.
Okay, why?
Okay, so let's I've got a... You have to know, I have an atheist skeptic channel where I actually have a video where I go into the problems with Infinite as a character.
Okay.
So my first problem begins with Infinite. We have a character who is designed to be effectively the edgier Shadow. Like, let's be honest, that's his thing. His entire character arc in that game is stupid. He got beat up by Shadow once, screamed, "I'm not weak," and then Eggman shoved a ruby in his chest, and bam, you've got new Sonic villain. That's it. This is Eggman, as far as big baddies he's managed to make for Sonic to fight. He has summoned a water god that genocided an echidna population once.
Yeah.
He has let loose a lizard creature who is a prototype to the ultimate life form, hell-bent on destroying a planet. He has created an upgraded version of Metal Sonic who was able to copy everybody's DNA in order to turn himself into a metal god. We are talking about a guy who has a rapport for making world-ending threats on a daily basis. And the best thing he could do for forces was shove a ruby into a scorned jackal. He just shoved it in his chest and went, "You are my minion. That's what I'm gonna do."
Hey, Eggman's trying his best, okay? You know, they can't all be winner plans. Sometimes you just gotta do your best with what you got, and sometimes you have a ruby that you put inside a thing. That's what you do, okay?
Sometimes you shove a jewel into a jackal.
Have you ever made a jackal a super weapon by shoving a jewel into it?
Personally, no, but
there you go.
I also don't have a rapport of ripping deities out of planets to end the world. Because that's what he does in Unleashed.
Well.
And in 06, he unleashes a god that exists simultaneously in all realities to wipe out time as we know it. Oh, he enslaves time at one point. That's the plot of Generations.
Conversely, early on in his career, he also just lied to Knuckles and was like, Sonic is the reason the Chaos Emeralds are missing. Go get them. And then he fought Sonic. So, like, he can have shitty plans.
He can, but see, in that story, he had a Death Star. It's called the Death Egg, but in that story, he had a world-ending planet. Like, even then, he's got more. Also, somebody mentioned, I'm surprised he didn't do more with Dr. Wily to destroy the world. He tried. That's a whole comic book. He tried to team up with Dr. Wily to end Sonic and Mega Man.
Wait, there was a
thing.
Mega Man Sonic crossover?
Yes, it's called Worlds Collide, and it's not just a Mega Man crossover, it's a Capcom crossover. Oh. There is a point in time in there. Are you familiar with Monster Hunter?
I know it exists, but I've never played it.
Okay, so context. There's a monster in Monster Hunter called the Gormagala. It is effectively a giant zombie elder dragon. It has the ability to infect other creatures and turn them into, again, zombies. This is a vicious creature that, if left to its own devices, could end the world, because that's zombies. They end the world. That's what they do.
Sure.
Okay. In the Worlds Collide comic book, there is a moment where a Gormagala attacks Sonic and Mega Man and Styx the Badger, who's the conspiracy theory nut from Sonic Boom, comes up and just tames the Gormagala, and it's like, see, it just wants a friend. The giant world-ending zombie dragon just wants a friend. And it's a thing!
The Sonic canon is weird, it sounds like.
See, now I need to know, is there still a Worlds Collide comic in physical form that I can buy after Archie lost the license from Sega? Hold on. Sonic Worlds Collide. Sonic Worlds Unite. I can get it on Kindle, but I don't want it on Kindle. I want a physical version to put on my shelf so that when I am talking to potential sexual partners later in life, I can say, look, I own these Sonic the Hedgehog comics. Doesn't that make me attractive?
That'll
I'm sorry,
do it.
I'm still on the weird fetishization of people that Bass has put out. Just but apparently it looks like you can get some of them on Amazon, but I'm gonna have to go find the actual, like, I'm gonna have to go to a comic shop to find it. I think that's what it's gonna be. I'll have to go to a comic shop to find physical versions of this.
I wish you luck in finding the Sonic Capcom crossover comic.
I have a poster from it from some. It's sitting in my closet somewhere. I took it down once and I never put it back up. But now I'm like, I kind of want to put it back up now. I just need to find the damn thing. You know, Sonic lore is weird. It is a strange mess to delve into, and woe be anyone who enters there. However, if you happen to enter in the IDW comics, the Metal Virus series is wonderful, and Sonic's universe is oddly equipped to deal with a zombie apocalypse. Or oddly unequipped to deal with it, rather. That's a thing that happens.
Does Sonic become a zombie?
It's I don't want to spoil it, but yes.
Yeah.
There
was have you ever read Marvel Zombies?
I've not read Marvel Zombies, but I have seen them covered by Comicstorian.
I think there was a segment in that where I only own the first one, but I've read some of the other stuff on like Marvel Unlimited, where the zombie virus started spreading, and then it hit some of the speedsters like Quicksilver, and it was done almost immediately because Quicksilver just ran all over the world and spread it to everyone and ate a ton of people immediately because he was so fast, and I assume Sonic would be a similar situation.
So, kind of. So the way that the virus worked specifically in IDW, warning for anybody in the chat right now, we are in spoiler territory. Spoilers for IDW Sonic the Hedgehog. But the way it worked in that story, and the spoilers matter because this was like literally just a year and a half ago this happened. The virus only affected organic life, and it could not affect things that had been processed. So like, it affected anything organic, though. So if you had a slice of ham, that became a source of infection. But if you made like a Subway sandwich where everything was like literally that's what they tested it on, like a sub sandwich from a fast food restaurant, it could not infect that because it was post-processed. Something about that it was not able to infect. So Sonic got infected early on, but he was able to keep it at bay. It turns out that running very fast like burned the virus off, but it didn't. So,
of course, the solution to the problem is gotta go fast. That makes sense.
But it wasn't able to cure him, and it created a scenario where Sonic was never able to sleep. Because if he was not always running, the virus would proceed through his system.
Oh, God. Does Sonic still eat chili dogs? Is that still a character trait? Or is that just a thing that they dropped at some point?
It's still a thing. It's just not... It's not, like, a big thing, because now there's been a lot more stuff about his character fleshed out. But Sonic and chili dogs is still a thing. But there is an interesting point in the Metal Virus where Shadow is trying to evacuate a bunch of citizens from an area that Eggman just infected. Like, literally, the infection is literally Eggman is taking a ship and moving it over densely populated areas and just carpet bombing it with the virus. Like, that's what he's doing.
Okay.
Shadow gets infected, and Rouge tells him to just run because Sonic had just talked to Rouge about, yeah, I have the infection. No, do not touch me. Running solves the problem, but not forever. We still need to find a solution to this. This is getting out of hand. And then he zips away, because if he doesn't stop, he will be infected. He will be gone. Shadow hears Rouge say, just run, and goes, no, I don't run. That's not what I do. And just... He just gets infected immediately because of this. Because he just keeps fighting zombies, and his infection gets worse and worse. And so then Rouge like calls down from a rooftop to Sonic, "Hey, can you handle Shadow?" Sonic's like, "I think you're the only one he listens to, but yeah, sure, I'll try to go." And then the panel is just like zombie Shadow pinning Sonic to a wall from his throat. And Sonic's just like, "Oh, right. Handle. I see what you mean now. Got it. Handle. Right." Though oddly, because Shadow can only run faster than Sonic because of his rocket boots, Zombie Shadow doesn't know how to operate them. He can't. So they don't have that issue. But in that series, the entire world does get infected because there are so many characters that have the ability to just go from one end of the place to another organically.
Yeah.
Like, the entire world gets infected in a matter of weeks. It doesn't help that Eggman was carpet bombing places, but like, I think at the end there were like only 2 people who were not infected. And even then, it was a stretch that they managed to get out of it. I don't want to spoil how they get out of it, because of course they get out of it. They're not going to just end the world and be like, "That's the comic, guys." But yeah, Sonic's world is not equipped to deal with a zombie virus. It's just not.
Yeah, I'm looking at panels right now from it. Jesus Christ.
It is great. It's also really grotesque in places. There's a point where a character called there's 2 characters, Rough and Tumble. They're kind of like the Bebop and Rocksteady of this universe.
Sure.
Eggman tricks them into getting infected because he gives them like little proton packs and says, "If Sonic beats you, use these to get an advantage." And they just dumped the virus on them and just infecting them immediately. There's a point where Amy Rose bludgeons one of them after getting infected with her hammer and like cuts off their arm. And just, he heals instantly because that's what the virus does in that world. But it's really grotesque to just see like literal gore without blood, obviously, but gore in a Sonic comic. It's weird. It's very strange. So didn't Eggman want to wipe out reality and then build his robot empire? That's why he makes the metal virus and infects the world. His whole argument at that point is, I cannot make an army fast enough to take over the world without Sonic getting in the way. What if I just infected the whole world and turned them into robot slaves? Then I'd have my Eggman empire. Paimai says that's like gore in a Pokemon comic. Pokemon Adventures, the very first Pokemon comic, has a point where Koga's Arbok gets cut in half by Gary's Charmeleon. There is gore in that comic.
Like in the original manga?
Yeah, there's gore in the original Pokemon manga. There's a point where...
I've heard that.
Like, there's a point where a Psyduck gets hit with acid from another Pokemon, and it literally melts his face off. Like, did people not know that? That's old stuff. Like, it's weird that it exists, but, I mean, it exists.
Wow, this is a panel where... Is he still Ash in the comics, or is he just called Red in the comics?
He's Red in the comics.
Okay.
And he's a wholly different character, but the character designs are identical almost.
Gotcha. This is a panel where Red is having... First of all, his pants are just down, and you can see his entire junk, and a Charmander is grabbing one of his testicles and stretching it. I literally can't show this on stream, because it is just straight up a Charmander.
That's just adult pornography. Also, apparently people are looking up the Psyduck in both of our chats and saying things like, "Holy shit, its eyes are gone." Yes!
Ew.
That comic is dark. It is, and it's not like they decided to do a dark and gritty reboot of the Pokemon franchise. No. This is the original shit. This is old
It's like
shit.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles always had a dark past. It was the TV show that made it more lighthearted.
Yeah.
Like, this stuff is dark and weird and strange, but you know what? It's nerd shit and it's great.
Yeah.
That said, I do not know how much longer you plan on streaming for, though I am probably going to be ending mine here in about 5-ish minutes or so.
Okay, that's fine. And I was probably just going to talk to chat for a little bit after, but...
Fair.
That works.
Mine comes mainly because I am what you child, and I need food.
Food is good. Understandable.
Food is very good. I think that Raz has pulled out some steaks, and I'm going to grill some.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, Vermilion... I'm looking now, too. Vermilion City apparently gets destroyed in the manga.
There's a bunch of weird shit in the manga. There's a point where Blaine tries to make Mewtwo's DNA stable by fusing himself with Mewtwo.
Why would that work?
Because human DNA has already reached a point of evolutionary stability, and Mewtwo's DNA did not.
That doesn't make any sense!
That was the logic in the comic, though.
Okay.
That was the logic they used. We are artificially trying to get a Pokemon to the point where human beings already are. What if I just shoved my DNA into... Oh, that has sexual connotations.
Yeah, don't put your DNA in Mewtwo without consent, please. However, if you do have Mewtwo's consent, enjoy.
See, let's not talk about the amount of Pokemon porn that exists.
What do you think of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie?
Actually, so I was equal points incredibly happy with it and also disappointed by it.
Sure.
So, is it a good movie on its own? Yes. For what we got, it was great, and it's probably the second best video game movie of all time.
What's number one?
The first, number one's definitely Mortal Kombat.
The original Mortal Kombat? Oh, of course, the
The
new
original-
one isn't out yet.
Yeah, the original Mortal Kombat movie. Until the new one comes out, I think the new one's going to be great, but we'll see. The original Mortal Kombat is one of the best, is probably the best video game movie of all time for me. I do have a soft spot in my heart for the Resident Evil movies. They are utter garbage, but they are also garbage that I love. I just can't call them good.
Okay.
The Sonic the Hedgehog movie, though, I think was legitimately very, very good, but it also gave me a glimmer of a better movie in it, and I hated that.
The stuff at the beginning, does that have any basis in any Sonic lore where he's like using the rings to travel? Or is that a complete fabrication of the movie?
Actually, that's based in the old video games. The old video games used to use giant rings as basically like warp pipes.
I guess that is true, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
like at the beginning of one of the early stages, if you like jump up, you can like get into a bonus stage by getting into the ring. Okay.
Yeah. So
Fair
that does have its basis. That does have its basis in the world of Sonic. It's obviously there's liberties with it, but its basis is very much like within that world. The things that movie did that I was really happy with, but it's the stuff that I wanted to see them do more of. The beginning where the Echidna tribe is attacking Sonic and trying to kill him. Like, I wanted to know why they were doing that. I understand at a base level, based on Sonic lore, that makes sense. That's what the Echidna tribe would do. They literally tried to genocide an entire group of innocent Chow just to get power emeralds so that they could go and colonize other species. Like, that's the plot of Adventure 1. For those who don't know, the Echidna tribe colonizing people and murdering children is part of that story. But, so it makes sense to me that the Echidna tribe would be trying to kill Sonic because his hair is like a source of power in the movie. For some reason, they would view him the same way that they viewed the emeralds. Kill a child to get the power. Same kind of deal. So, like, I get it, but I also want to see what they do with it.
Yeah, they're filming the second one right now. I really hope Eggman is in it in the way he looked at the end of the last one, where he actually looks like the, big bushy mustache.
We actually have images of him in the movie already.
Does he look like that?
Yes. So the image
good.
that we have is, it's very, very blurry. Let me see if I can find it and I can throw it at you real quick.
Okay.
The image that we have is very blurry, but from the silhouette you can tell that it's bald-haired, giant, bushy mustache Eggman, as he's always meant to be. Here, allow me to Google search on my stream Sonic Movie 2. We should be able to find the image very quickly. Safe search is on, so I'm not going to find weird shit.
That's
At least
good.
I hope not.
I would imagine that comes up a lot with Sonic stuff. There was a lot of Sonic Rule 34.
Yeah, Sonic stuff is weird on here. Okay, so I can't seem to find the picture, but the picture is of him with the black suit from the first movie, and he's being hoisted on a crane. So, like, apparently in post production, they're going to turn that to he's flying somehow. I don't see how they would do it, but it could be. It's Eggman. He could do anything, I guess. But it shows him with the bald head and the bushy mustache, but everything else is the design from the movie, and obviously he's still skinny. It's still Jim Carrey.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like I don't need Jim Carrey in a fat suit. I'm fine with him just being. Let me see if I can see Dr. Eggman Sonic Movie 2 leak.
I see it.
Maybe that will bring it up. Oh, you found it?
Mm-hmm.
And I am just really bad at Googling.
Yeah, I can see him from sort of behind. He's bald, has the goggles.
Like, it's very much a good marriage between the movie's design and his, which I think that's kind of what the movies should be doing in any case, is they should be taking the realistic proportions of characters and marrying them with the video game sensibilities of them. That's kind of what the new version of Sonic is in the movie, if not the original design. The original design was, let's make an Alvin and the Chipmunks monster.
I kind of wish that original version had come out just because of how funny it would have been. That would have been horrifying.
It would have been terrifying, but I mean, I guess there would be a morbid curiosity to it.
Yeah.
I am so glad that they got Tyson Heston to fix that movie.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. For those who don't know, Tyson Hess is the guy behind the designs in Sonic Mania's cartoon. And he's the guy that fixed the Sonic movie, basically.
Nice.
As far as, like, telling the design team what they needed to do. So I liked the movie. I just wanted to see more of Sonic's world and less of our world. I know what our world looks like. Our world is boring. I want to see Sonic's planet, because Sonic's planet looks interesting, and it has murderous echidna tribes in it.
Yeah, maybe the sequel. They'll probably have a bigger budget. So.
Well, I do know that we're getting Knuckles in the sequel. So.
Yeah, I saw they had stand-ins for him in a shot a while back.
Yeah, and at least that looks marginally better. The design they have for him in there, I like. It's not the short and squat Knuckles that we have in the games. It's a more muscular, but not to the same proportions that they did for, like, Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sonic movie. Second movie's probably going to be pretty good if it's anything like the first one. I just also hope that it's got more of Sonic's world and less of Olive Garden in it. What, you didn't like the product placement for Olive Garden all around that movie?
You know, I do like breadsticks, so I think I'm okay with it.
Oh god, now I want to go to Olive Garden. It's been literal years.
Just DoorDash it. It's so easy.
But that defeats the purpose of well, one, there's not an Olive Garden near me to DoorDash, unfortunately. Two, that defeats the purpose of Olive Garden. You can't unlimited breadsticks on DoorDash.
I can order a lot of breadsticks. I can order a dangerous amount of breadsticks that doctors would probably tell me is unhealthy.
Are you aware of how much gluten is in this? Yes, and I want it. Give me the gluten, please. Shove it in my face. With
in my
Parmesan.
food diary, I'm just going to put all the carbs.
You just go to Olive Garden. Okay, you know the keto diet? I'm doing the opposite of that. Give me the fucking breadsticks. All carbs, all the time, all in my face right now.
Cheddar Bay biscuits better than breadsticks. I do like the Red Lobster Cheddar Bay biscuits, so.
Okay, so Ruby Tuesday used to have a cheddar biscuit that I liked better than the Red Lobster one, and then they just stopped doing them a couple of years ago, and I don't know why.
Lame.
Also, apparently, both Hydrating and Oh Whoa have been redeemed because y'all are not sensible adults. Oh Whoa! Oh, why are you listening to an anime character talk about politics? Honestly, how did you get to a point in your life where this is the decision you made?
Ooh woo.
I would say I'll cancel you on Twitter, but I already did it.
I know, I retweeted that.
I did it like an hour ago.
Yeah.
That said, I am going to go cook food because food sounds delicious.
It does. Well, thank you for doing this with me. I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun.
Same, even if it was about an individual who I feel like my life was more enriched not knowing he existed.
Probably true. I'm sorry I put you through this.
To be fair, I was the one that suggested him. I just maybe the encouragement. I don't know. I can't blame any part of this on you.
You know what? It's
I don't have
it's
the
both of
ability
us,
to.
okay? We can blame ourselves, and we'll share the blame, and that way we can both feel bad.
Eric Knox says, "Take care. This was painful to watch." I mean, you think it was painful for you to watch?
Yeah.
It was painful for us to talk about.
At
But
least they
let
got
me
to
go
stare at anime titties the whole time, so that's a bonus.
You know, if there is any bonus at all, it is anime titties.
Hmm?
That is, I can do this, and it is a bonus. It was funny because like the first time that I put this model up, I didn't know how to run it correctly, so the boobs didn't bounce, and somebody mentioned, "Hey, are the boobs gonna bounce eventually?" And I was like, well, I didn't pay a whole lot for the model, so I guess they're just not going to, but it's fine. We'll manage that. And then the artist contacted me and was like, no. Not only should your character be able to breathe, the boobs definitely should be able to bounce. This is what you did wrong. I'm just like, okay, fair enough. That said, though, everybody who is over on my channel, I am going to be setting up a raid. So if you are over on my channel and you have not followed Hannah already, well, there's a raid going over there right now, so you'll be forced to.
I'll hang out for a little bit and talk to chat and maybe watch a quick video or two. So, cool stuff.
Y'all will all be forced over. Enjoy. Now that I've hit the button. Can I hit the button yet? Yes, I can hit the button. Aha! Hello, chat. I am over here as well. Fundamentally, nothing has changed. Except now you can hit the follow button on Hannah. Though I don't know if do you have your follow notifications on, or did you have to turn them off because of bots too?
I don't have them on this screen, but I get them in my feed. They just don't show up on screen right now.
Fair enough.
And I have
Fair
mine
enough.
on silent all the time. I get tons of stuff, so I have to have my stuff silent all the time, or else it would just be insufferable.
See, luckily or unluckily, depending on I am the smaller streamer here, so I don't have to deal with it an insufferable amount. Except for the OWOs. Y'all generally are more responsible with those, but today, I don't know what it was about today. Why did all of you?
I'm the bigger streamer, but you're the bigger YouTuber, which is interesting. How there's that difference. You have 3 times the YouTube subscribers as me.
But I've also been focused on YouTube primarily for 3 years and only started focusing on Twitch in the past month.
Yeah.
That's probably the reason why, truthfully.
Sure.
At least I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just have no idea how these algorithms work, which is probably true. If I did, I could be actually a big YouTuber, but I'm not.
I think the anime titties have probably helped.
I've gotten a lot of people commenting, like, I used to be subscribed, but then he used that cringy anime avatar, and now I've had to leave. And I'm like, so you realize this is like the 4th avatar I've used, right?
But this one makes them feel funny feelings.
This one makes me feel funny feelings in my pants, and so I'm angry now. Oh, sorry, was that Zass's entire channel summarized? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Jacqueline Glenn makes him feel funny in his pants, so now he's got to be mad on the internet. Alrighty, well, thank you very much for hopping and collaborating with me and doing this together.
Yep.
Hopefully, my chat will enjoy having their secondary home over at your Twitch, and I'm gonna hop off and make some food.
Alright, enjoy your food. Hope we can do this again sometime. It was fun.
Hopefully, but not with Pizzazz. We'll find something
Sure.
different.
Maybe I'll show you some conspiracy theorists that I cover. They're pretty good.
Oh, I would love that. That would be fun.
Okay.
That would be painful than listening to all women's hate me because I am a good nice guy, r/nice guy fedora tip.
It's a plan then. I'll
Gotcha.
show you a QAnoner that's a friend of the show, let's say, because they've been on
Oh,
before,
dear.
and boy, are they delusional.
Oh boy, I look forward to that. We'll see you, Hannah, and see you, chat.
See ya. Oh wow, look at me now. That's disconcerting. Look at that. Now I gotta carry the show by myself, and that's not good. Even though I do it literally every day. Give me a second to give me a sec to fix everything, basically. Window capture, that's gonna be here, I think. That's not working for some reason. Window capture, do it. Not that, though. This one, nope. How about this one? There we go. And how about the camera? Video capture source. We've done it! Cool. Well, hi everyone. If you're here from the raid, thank you. Give me a follow if you'd like. Other people who are here, if you haven't already, please go ahead and check out Suris's YouTube and Twitch channel. Where is the Twitch channel? Let's hear. Doot. Here you go. I should get his artist for my next D&D character. Sarah does all the art for our D&D campaign, and she does a great job, so... let's see, what are we gonna do? Let's do, 1 or 2 short videos just for funsies. And, we can talk a little bit if you guys want. Peter, of Peter's political perspective, he's somewhere, where is he? QAnon believer, etc., is kind of losing his mind. So let's take a look at Peter's most recent video. Reminder that Peter was planning entirely on moving his content from YouTube over to Frank Speech. Frank Speech being the air quote social media website created by Mike Lindell of My Pillow fame. So it opened for like 2 days, and then as it turned out, had no social media functionality. It was just a site where Mike was streaming and writing terrible articles. So Peter has nowhere to put his videos now except for YouTube and Rumble. So he's been doing that. Not doing great. Let's check it out.
They're trying to
Uwu or Owo? Uwu.
attack me because they can't attack Q, because Q is the truth.
Our brightest days are just ahead.
When we get out here into the future here, the
There is a rule that you cannot swear on Frank Speech, correct?
glorious, amazing place we're going to be.
Color by Emmy says, thanks for covering Peter here. I saw your tweet, but I didn't want to give him my views. Of course, no problem.
It's going to be the greatest uniting of a country ever. And we're going to look back and say, all this had to happen to get to this great place. Because once again, we will be one nation under God.
For our country and for our children, the best is yet to come.
Took a turn there. So Peter's not only a QAnon believer, but he also thinks that aliens have visited Earth and are perhaps giving Trump alien technology to help him fight the air quote deep state.
Donald Trump, through a Q pose, has asked all of us patriots to become digital warriors and take the oath to protect the United States.
By the way, this is the first video on his channel that he's actually said the word Q. normally he censors himself because that can get picked up by YouTube, and then they'll ban him because you're not supposed to be spreading election conspiracy theories like he does, understandably so. But at this point, he has said YOLO like it's 2013, and he has decided he does not care anymore, so he's just gonna full-on go Q. It's bad. It's real bad.
I ask all of you to take this oath, and I'm going to take the oath publicly now, and this is
Are you ready, chat? We're gonna take this oath together with Peter, okay?
legally binding.
This is legally binding. Who's binding it legally? I don't know, but according to Peter, it's legally binding, so it has to be true. I, Hannah, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. So there we go. We're going to protect the Constitution by debunking QAnon and stopping crazy people from trying to take over the government like they did on January 6th.
I, Peter Hanna, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies.
Which office are we entering, though? Yeah, that's why it's funny. There's no office that we're entering. He just thinks that this general pledge somehow will apply to digital warriors, as he likes to call them.
Foreign and...
Yes, Kitty, would you like to come say hi to the fine people here on stream? Come on.
domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation, free faith and
no, Kitty. Don't push buttons.
Allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Q is real.
No, he's not. It's not. At this point, it's Ron and Jim Watkins, and they haven't posted since like December or January.
They can take down my Patreon account because I talk about Q, that's fine. They can take down my YouTube account because I talk about Q, that's fine. But
they're going to. You're on borrowed time as it is. Why are you doing this, Peter? Why are you doing this to your family?
That just means I'm over the target.
That just means I'm over the target. Obviously, it has to be true. They only delete true things from YouTube. They never delete things for being false.
They can't stop me. They can try to stop my funding. This YouTube account will come down eventually. My PayPal account will come eventually down, but that is fine. Because I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States to protect America and help Trump save the world.
Peter, if you actually cared about the Constitution, you would recognize the legitimacy of the 2020 election and recognize that you want a military coup, an illegal military coup, which is the least constitutional thing you could actually want. You want to install a dictator. This is not how the Constitution works.
And that's more important than money. I'm not sure how long this YouTube account will be online. This video will also be posted on Frank's Speech.
No, it won't, because you can't upload videos to Frank's Speech right now. And maybe not ever? I guess we'll see.
You can't censor me anymore. Q is real.
This is where the video I mean, it's already sad, but like, this video is so... It feels like he's not saying, like, the Q is real stuff for us. It almost feels like at this point he's trying to continue to convince himself that he's not wrong. It's super sad.
It's not QAnon. That's a word that's been used by the mainstream media. It's Q and Anons.
He's called QAnon because he started as an Anon posting on 4chan. QAnon. He's an Anon that goes by Q. What?
Trump has confirmed Q is real. Lin Wood has confirmed
Trump has not confirmed that at any point.
Q is real. Eric Trump has confirmed Q is real. Look at this picture. Eric Trump endorsing Q. Watch this video.
Eric's an idiot. I don't really care what Eric Trump thinks.
They've accused me of being a QAnon conspiracy theorist. Why? Because they're telling you that I am a bad messenger. They're trying to attack.
Q isn't real, L is real, 2401. 0M80 says, just don't spell your name in all caps and it's not binding. That's how it works, right? Yeah, I think Marcel Bissett, my personal lawyer, told me that at one point. Bay Cop 2027 says, Hannah, do you think this Q stuff is likely to die off or turn into something new? Good question. It's already died off a lot, actually, since the inauguration. Don't get me wrong, there's this concept in conspiracy theories, I forget the specific terminology, but it's something like the concentration effect. And what it means is, over time, something like Q, any doomsday cult that ends up with some sort of prediction of an end times date or a date that something is going to happen, people will start to shed off the edges. People who are in it but were slightly skeptical, they'll start to leave. But that makes the average person in the cult belief system more strongly believing the thing, because the only people that are left are the true believers, the people who are all in, and all they do is they reinforce each other's belief. And without that influence of people on sort of the edges of the community to be like, well, maybe, and sort of temper their beliefs, it just turns into a feedback loop of really, really delusional people feeding each other's delusions, and it just gets worse for the people within the group. So the full number of people who are in QAnon has and will continue to probably go down, but the people who stay in the group are dangerous, and they are incredibly delusional, so that's a problem. I do think some of it will morph into other stuff, but that happens with a lot of conspiratorial beliefs. When it dies off, those people move to a different conspiracy.
Attack me because they can't attack Q, because Q is the truth. This is about the children, for God's sakes.
Lin Wood, the top defamation lawyer in the world.
I don't know if that's true, but okay.
Telling us.
It's certainly not true anymore. His reputation has been destroyed because of all this stuff.
Q is truth. If he's lying, he'll get sued.
Is he not one of the people that's being sued by Dominion currently? I'm genuinely not sure. Hold on. Lin Wood law suit. Sorry, it's hard to type with the kitty right here. So he's not currently being sued, but he is representing Sidney Powell in her defamation case with Dominion. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets sued at some point, but who knows.
And here is President Trump, who, by the way, can't publicly say Q is real, because if he did, Q would be labeled terrorist organization, him a leader of the terrorist organization.
Because that would be. Because if an ex-president of the United States was aiding and abetting a group of people planning a military coup of the country that he just lost an election in, that would be stochastic terrorism. That would be terrorism. That would be terrorism. Do you understand that he would be labeled a terrorist in that case because it would be terrorism, Peter?
He could get in legal trouble, but he's been hinting at us over and over again that Q is real. By retweeting Q posts often, supporting Q in many, many ways, endorsing Q by saying they're a great movement, people who love America. And also, how many times has he talked about the number 17?
Who are the 17%? Who are they? Who the hell are the 17%? Anybody in here from the 17%? Don't raise your hand, it may be dangerous. 17.
He goes on to show a montage of Trump saying 17. And I explained this to Peter when we had him on. Because the thing is, Kitty, please, I need you to duck down, please. The thing is, the president speaks in public
17.
more often than almost any other figure. So you can mine what presidents say to have them say basically anything over and over again. So for reference, that you can do this with basically any president, here's Obama also saying 17 a whole bunch of times. A fan of the show, I forget who, collected this and edited this together for me, and I appreciate that.
17 to 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17.
See what I'm saying? You can find this of anyone who talks as much as the president on camera. Was it Pyromancer? Thank you, Pyromancer, for collecting all that footage for me. I appreciate it.
Seventeen, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17.
To help save, and I'm asking all you to take an oath to stand with Trump to help save the United States of America. This is a unique opportunity to have a positive impact on the world, to be a digital soldier that can help save the world. I'm not asking anyone to do anything violent. Put your guns down.
I'm not asking you to do something violent. I'm asking the military to do something violent and take over the country by force. Brilliant.
Neither is Trump. We're all being asked to become digital keyboard warriors, to fight an information war with truth. And I'm going to fight
Did he unironically call themselves keyboard warriors?
This war with
Bless you, kitty.
Trump, and I'm asking all you to join me. If you don't believe Q is real, then start reading Q posts. Starting with the first Q post.
The first Q post says that Hillary Clinton is... This was from 2017, by the way. The first Q post says Hillary Clinton has been arrested and is about to be tried. That never happened, obviously. So the first Q post debunks Q.
Start reading the Q post with the first one all the way leading to the last one. If you do that, it's impossible for you not to believe in Q. Q is real, 100% real. Q is real. Q is real.
You seem to be repeating that a lot to assure yourself, Peter. Are you sure you're as confident as you used to be?
They work with Trump. Q plus is Trump. Trump has posted as part of Team Q.
No, he hasn't.
This is a real movement. They're saving America. We're still winning. Everything's going perfectly according to plan. Biden and Harris, their administration will come to an end. It will not serve its full term. That I know.
Oh, so now you believe they are really Biden and Harris? Because earlier you said you thought they were actors.
For sure. Trump will be back. The military backs Trump.
Not really. We looked at this statistic a while back. The military is actually pretty split on Biden, Trump, relative to other Republican presidents, because the military tends to lean right, but as it turns out, if you call POWs losers and, like, bomb Iran and get a bunch of soldiers hurt and disrespect Gold Star families, people in the military think you're a dick. Funny how that works, huh?
Everything is going to be amazing. I can promise you that. If you don't believe me, read all the Q posts, starting with the first one all the way to the last one. If you read the Q posts in that order, all of them, you will believe, you will know Q is real. You will see all the Q proofs. We are winning. We will never be defeated. Censorship cannot take us down. You can take down my YouTube account, my Patreon account,
They probably will.
Either backup YouTube account, you can take down my PayPal account. I'm okay with that. But you can't stop me. You can't stop my mission. You can't stop a movement of hundreds of millions of people that are helping Trump save the world. You can't stop us. You can't censor us. You can't take us down. We are victorious. And the reign of Satan is coming to an end. Join me in prayer.
And then he prays.
All right, guys. Oh God, dear God, please help us with your heart and with your power to defeat the evil in the world and save Earth. Amen. Alright guys, hope you enjoyed this video. Trust Trump, trust Q, it's all real, and we are winning. Have faith, everyone.
You're definitely winning, Peter. So winning.
It's going to be amazing very soon.
I cannot wait for August. I think he says August is when he thinks Trump will be in by. So excited for August. Oh, Peter. I honestly, I shouldn't feel bad for Peter. He wants a military coup. He wants a dictator. These are bad things. These are un-American things. But here we are. And I do feel bad because he's legitimately... I think he has a sad life, and I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm saying that and I'm trying to empathize way. I think he's not content with his life. And I think he's looking for a reason to blame for why his life hasn't turned out how he wanted it to. And the easiest explanation for him is to blame something like the deep state has ruined the country, and that's why his life isn't how it's supposed to be, and that's why he's living with his parents at 32, you know? So then he can imagine, well, I don't have to do anything to improve myself. I could just wait for Trump to come and save me. And that's easier than actually improving yourself, so... It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. So, moving on. Here's a short video from... Oh, I guess I have some bits messages. Hold on. Felix Night Owl says, I just made spaghetti and meatballs. I'm spiritually fixing you a plate and giving it to you. Hope you like spaghetti, and I hope you're hungry. Lots of love, Hannah. I do like spaghetti, so thank you. Morok Ben Eoth with 100 says, okay, I'm a devout Satanist, and I keep hearing about Satanism this and Satanism that. What did we do? We just practice magical thinking and follow the basic laws of do as thou wilt, as long as it doesn't interfere in another's ability to do as they want. Because Satanists have been fear-mongered about forever, because Satan is the antagonist of the world's largest religion. Mike Mack says, these cultists will soon say, Mein Führer. There was already a thing where a bunch of white supremacists yelled, Hail Trump. Remember that? I think Richard Spencer was there. Anyway, here's CC, Chris here. This is a flat earther that I cover relatively often on Tinfoil Tuesdays, where I debunk conspiracy theories. He's an interesting fella, and the poster boy for Dunning-Kruger. Let's take a look.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's March 11th, 2021, and I just want to share a couple of thoughts with you and see what you think. You know, well, as you know, today is the, one of the year anniversary of the pandemic. How's everybody doing? How's your mailman doing? Is he all right? Garbage man? I guess he's fine, right? Grocery store attendant? She or he or whoever it may be fine too, right? Anybody at all? Car dealer guy? Is he all right? Yeah, sure, he's fine. Pandemic. Anyway, I went to a Flat Earth meetup up in Connecticut, and I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun. Let me put it to you that way. To finally be human again is the best way to describe it. Sitting, enjoying a meal.
Am I or Baja the better cook? What's the best dish you can conjure? Baja, for sure. I almost never cook. I just don't do it often at all. What's the best dish I can make? Basic stuff. Tacos. Burgers. That's about it.
Shaking hands, giving people a hug. Real. You know what I'm talking about?
I make a mean grilled cheese. Or melt, though. So if you're looking for grilled cheese, I'm your gal.
That's what it should be. I spoke to a plumber. Bill, what's up, my friend? How you doing? We were throwing around some ideas together, and I never really understood one thing. Oil. You know, why is that here? Why is that here on our flat Earth? Did the Creator create that?
Oil exists as a byproduct of the decomposition of carbon-based life forms on the planet over long periods of time. Like plant material turned mostly plant material. I imagine some animal. But it's mostly plant material that eventually over time turned into oil.
For us to dig down and create this combustible engine? Turns out probably not. No, we've been digging down and creating this gasoline for our own use without thinking about what it actually does, what the purpose of oil actually does.
Oil does not have an inherent purpose. It wasn't like someone said, I need to invent oil. It's a byproduct of the decomposition of certain plant materials over long periods of time underground. It's not created for a purpose. It's just a thing human beings have discovered as part of their natural world that have found a use for. Unfortunately, we've discovered that the usage of this ends with climate catastrophe, so we're trying to move away from using it as much as possible, both for fuel and other petroleum-based products. But humans found a use for it. That's what humans do. We find resources, and we put them to use. It's like Minecraft, but in real life.
See what I mean? Remember, we live on a machine here, basically. Whether it being digital or not, you know, this is a machine that we live on. You know, the planets don't exist.
They do. You're on one right now.
They could never exist.
The planet is coming from inside the house.
It's like this. There's no way. It's a fantasy land, that whole solar system and everything that's in it. Anyway, let's get back.
Mike Mack says, look in front of you when you drive, you idiots. Yeah, he does that stuff all the time.
To oil. You know, the
Bumble Homestead, thanks for subscribing with a 12-month streak. Ooh, a year.
Thing is oil. We do have continental shifts. Oil lubricates these continents. When we take this oil out,
Chris thinks that oil is... Chris thinks that oil was created to lubricate for plate tectonics? Someone needs to tell Earth to start using water-based lube. It doesn't degrade condoms.
Of the Earth. And we use it for our own purposes. For our combustible engines and many other things. We're taking the lubrication out of that continent. Thus, that's how earthquakes are created.
First of all, Baja, please show this to your brother. Broha Blast knows about geology. Please share this so he can feel the pain that I feel right now, but probably worse because he knows specifically why this is untrue. Earthquakes are caused by tension between plates as they shift. There can be a pressure buildup as they sort of shift. And then once that pressure is released and they actually shift quickly, that's an earthquake. It's the plates grinding against each other, basically. Lubrication would not do anything for this. These are not smooth surfaces that are pressing against each other. These are plates, tectonic plates, that are intermeshed with one another to an extent because it's geological. It's the ground. It's not two flat things that are... Bardlock Moses says, I pressed send right when you said it. Bellsthar with 12 months says, remember, you're never too old for SIDS. Oh, God. Water-based lube is better. Agreed. And then Maria Pete, thanks for subscribing. We're at 1% of a level 2 hype train. Nice.
We've had a lot of unusual activity with earthquakes. You know, places where they shouldn't be. But yeah, that's something to think about. You know, the creator created that basically for lubrication.
No, Chris, no. 0M80, thanks for the 100, and Andrew Batella says plate tectonic, rule 64. Wait, what's rule 64? I know what rule 34 is. Let me look it up. Someone explain rule 64 to me. Bodlock Moses says, ooh woo. Mike Mack says, remember when Foo Fighters were anti-vax and AIDS denial? I remember that too. Ginger Snap, thanks for the bits. Look at this cool Twitch clip I made of Jake's channel, and I need a link. Gray Fox 2343, thanks for subscribing for 12 months. Lube them plates. You meant rule 34? That makes sense.
The continents, and that really, you know, it's amazing.
Let me take a look at this clip real quick.
Hands up on the roller coaster. Hands up on the roller coaster. Here we go. It's happening. You're prepared. Hands up on the roller coaster. It's never that. Hands up.
That's good. Jake's a funny person.
It really is what we live on here. Anyway, so, you know, there you go. Ordering some more accessories. I think we're getting some stimulus package. And I want to talk about that. The stimulus package. Now, people are getting about $400 extra on top of whatever they're getting for unemployment. That's an $800 check.
Bardlock, thank you for 50 bits. We are at 43% of level 2.
All right, or maybe $750, whatever it may be. But I mean, that's a considerable amount of money, you know, for somebody who is a bartender or whatever, waitress. You're never going to get them back to work. I mean, really, now they're going to throw them another $1,400. Crumbs, here you go. We'll give you the check each week, and then we'll throw you some crumbs. You can. Do you see how? Don't you look at this? I mean, can't you see?
They're trying to keep unemployed people and underemployed people from getting evicted. Chill out, CC. Querulous Artisan with 100 says, look, I feel like CC is coming up with a nice batshit right-wing way to help stop climate crisis, and you know what? Let him if it helps stop the climate crisis. Sure. Queer Goblin Lass, thanks for subscribing for 12 months.
How fake all of this shit is. Now, Lloyd, this whole thing's come back up. All of a sudden, it's now going to court again. That's where the riots are going to become. Don't you realize New York City is now going to be all boarded up again? Minneapolis is going to...
Nope, actually, the cop gets convicted and it's fine because justice was actually served to an extent.
To be all boarded up again. I mean, it's amazing how people don't...
Only 40 seconds left on level 2 of the hype train. We're so close. Someone either gift subs or send bits. Mike Max says, how dare the government care for its people? They're evil. Morok Ben Eoth says, every time I get a stimmy, my car or computer or something breaks down. Yeah, life works like that sometimes. Bardlock Moses with 100. Thank you.
Don't see this bullshit.
Moonrail, thank you for converting from a Prime game into a Tier 1 and crying Brian with 200. Thank you.
You don't see that. If you can't see that, then you're...
Stone Corbell, thanks for gifting a sub as well.
Lost. They throw bats. They give them bats and bricks. That's good to do in a riot situation. Let's get a car in there and give them some bricks. And some...
He is really, really not having a good time, is he? Steffi Ocelot, thanks for subscribing for 2 months with a 1-month streak. And Moonrail, thanks for gifting a sub.
Bats! Good job, guys. I love it. You know, come on. Don't you see the fakeness? Don't you see the bullshit? Biden doesn't even remember who the fucking Secretary of the State is, for crying out loud. This guy, you know, I lost the bet. I thought he was going to last a year. Damn it. We're not going to give him more than 6 months now. 6 months, Harrison's gonna go right in there. She's already stepping in front of the president.
We're at 3 so far. Tea with Goblins with 100 says Team Earth Lube. Wait, Earth Lube. Oh no, commies. Arctic Angel with 50. Oh, I think I missed my earlier bits message. Oh well, here's more. Thank you.
President, I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's just such bullshit. It's a soap opera. You're not getting the popcorn out. Come on, sit down. Get the popcorn out. I like mine with butter and some little salt. All right. This is incredible. I mean, all of it. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
So sudden, the ending. Poor Chris. The world must be very scary to him with that low-level comprehension of what's actually going on around him. Narandia Owl with 100 bits says, let's lube those plates, ooh-woo. Yeah, he does end very abruptly. You gotta ease out. You gotta ease out somehow, you know? Here he is testing the flat earth with a banister?
Okay, so what I wanted to do here is a lot of people are at
Really,
the
Chris, you
restaurant.
couldn't figure out how to orient this video correctly? Do I know what's happening in India? I have no idea. I don't. Sorry. Slow Dog 52, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Appreciate it.
At me, and that's fine, because the earth is flat, just to let you guys know. But you know what I was trying to get here? A perspective of the banister and the ocean.
Hype for Mortal Kombat tomorrow? Yeah, I'm excited for that too. Slow Dog 52 with 200 says Pfizer, #1 on the books today. Nice. I'm Team Moderna though, so I have to hate you. Bardlock Moses with 50-bit says banned, portrait. 21% to level 5. We might actually get a level 5 today. Nice.
Alright, this is probably the best way to do it for you guys. Because if you notice, the banister is right there, right? Let's take a look at it. And the ocean's in the background. And what I was checking out is, look how flat that horizon is right there.
CC. The amount of space from left to right, it would be called field of view. Your field of view is not wide enough with a camera or with your eyes to be able to see the curvature of the Earth. The Earth is huge. You cannot see the curvature at ground level anywhere. That's not how it works.
I mean, I don't see a curve at all. No, I really don't. That looks straight as possible. The lifeguard's right in the background. And what Long Island has done here is they've shipped in these palm trees. I don't know how the hell they did this.
What a weird ending. I don't understand how plants work. 21% of level 5. Ugh. He's got a bunch of these little shorts.
This is amazing. I could actually see the curvature of the Earth. Watch this. Amazing. That would mean the size of our planet's about the size of a hot air balloon.
Chris, people aren't saying that elevation differences are the curvature. Elevation and curvature are different things. Morok Ben Eoth with 100 bits says, I got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Before it was banned, Tesla got their hands on a bunch of stuff and gave it to as many of their high-risk workers as they could so we could go back to the office sooner. Oh no, you work for Tesla? Oh no. Have I seen Marcel Bisset's Beaver trilogy? I haven't. I saw he uploaded some new videos today, but I didn't watch them.
Look at that. That's amazing. You can actually see the sunspots. This is a close-up of the sun.
That doesn't look anything like what a close-up of the sun looks like. Have you seen close-ups of the sun?
With my new telescope that I just received, That is
That's an object you're holding very close to the camera with spots on it.
amazing. And look at it. Look, that is amazing.
Lily Rose Games, thanks for subscribing. And Morok Ben Eoth, you just earned the 1K bits badge, says, I hate it too, but they have good insurance and I'm trans, so I deal. Right on. It looks a little bit like a tortilla, yeah. I don't think it is, though.
Amazing. Wow. Oof. Okay, there we go. Oh, no.
Oh, wow, the thing that I said immediately definitely wasn't actually the sun, wasn't the sun, because that's not what close-ups of the sun look like through telescopes. Weird. Mike Mack says, Flat Earther will deny the globe even if they were sent to space. Probably true. Querulous Artisan with 100 bits says, I was able to finally sign up to receive my 5G microchip this weekend. Can't wait to be my own 5G hotspot. Excited for you. I get my second dose on the 7th. Lavender Amberly with 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. And Bardlock Moses with 100. We're at 81% with like 40 seconds left. We're so close. So close. Okay. That's enough CC. $30 seconds left. I guess let's see the beaver stuff that Marcel did.
Hello everybody, how's it going? So it's Marcel.
Ooh, we did it! Yay! Futzable, thank you for gifting a sub. 0M80, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Arctic Angel with 30 bits, thank you. We did it, level 5. Beautiful. Bardlock Moses says, I got my second on the 5th. Nice!
So, hi guys. We are going under the bridge to the property because we have a beaver and I want to show you guys the beginnings of a beaver dam. Now unfortunately, you know what, I need to grab my stick. Unfortunately, I do have to break this up. I don't really want to, but if I don't, the conservation officers will come move them, and I don't really want to lose him as my buddy. So we do have a creek area over there that he can build one, and he set up well to do it, but he just seems to like under this bridge. And I was warned this would be a thing, and I saw him 2 days ago swimming at dusk. I'm going to try and see him for you guys sometime. I didn't see him out when I was here earlier.
We've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Blaze it.
And planted some trees. There's one there, bunch over there. Look how pretty that is. Very lucky.
See, I like these Marcel videos. They're very chill. He's not threatening anyone. He's not defrauding anyone. He's just hanging out outside. Beautiful.
And I'm going to do my best not to drop this into the river. So I have a few little tools with me. This is like my little throw it in with a rope, drag it out, and then a stick. And we have a little walkway here. Again, I'm going to do my best not to fall in. There's pretty good steps, so it shouldn't be a problem. But because I'm filming, who knows? And that's his little dam. So I just thought it was just a couple of sticks. And I've never seen a beaver dam up close, but if you look in there, he actually dug up all the dirt underneath. So it's almost stopping the flow right now. So I'm definitely going to be going ahead and here, let me put the tools down. I'll zoom up a little with the camera for you so you guys can really see. This is pretty neat. I don't know if everyone really ever gets to see beaver dams. So this is just it just starting, so you can see up closer. Now, these are just small twigs so far. And again, it's just built up a little bit, so I'm going to dig that down. Now, the thing is, there's ice here. Now, it's pretty solid, but my shoes are not really built to be on ice. So I'm going to do, that's why I brought the rope and the stick, so that I can stay on the rocks here and just kind of use it like a grappling hook and pull it in. And I would like to show you guys me doing that, but I need both my hands. So this is what it looks like now. We'll just kind of spend a minute with it and savor it before I have to break it up. And again, I am here to preserve nature, but this is one of those things where the people who maintain the bridge and that come by, and if they see this, they'll call conservation, and conservation will haul this little guy off somewhere far away. And he always finds his way back, but I want...
Okay, but maybe that's good? If the conservation officers think that the beaver would be better off in a different environment and that this dam will impact other wildlife in the area negatively, then probably let him do that. Like, what? You're just gonna... If this beaver keeps trying to build a dam, and you keep destroying it, then all you're doing is making this beaver probably die, because it's wasting tons of energy building this over and over, and you're just gonna keep destroying it. You are going to kill the beaver. Mike Mack says, Marcel, you must give me a portion of your earnings. What was that call again? Oh yeah, taxes. Chad Swanson added again, I see.
I want to save him that journey. I don't want him to get cost his home by people. So,
but you're destroying his home!
And make it it's not a problem, so no one has to kick him out of his home. Anyway, I will see you guys in the future.
If you destroy it, you are kicking him out of his home.
Video, under a bridge here. Gonna get the canoe in the water pretty soon. It's canoe time. It's pretty much the last. Well, I guess there's a little ice that way.
Gonna ride a canoe down this after I destroy this beaver's home.
Anyway,
Marcel is a judge and this beaver is fucked. True.
Let you check this out one more time here. So you can see he swooshed all the dirt up. So it's literally like a dam. And I mean,
yeah, it's a beaver dam.
Beavers do, right? But anyway, I'd never seen one up close before. I thought you guys might enjoy it.
We've never seen one of these in nature before. Now let's fuck it up. Logarth with 20 bits says, pro tip, that's not dirt.
So thanks for tuning in. Let's take a few pics here while we're at it.
Wait, is it someone says it's like against the law to break a beaver dam? Canadian law destroying beaver dams. Although it's legal to remove a beaver dam from private land, the ministry says it should be a last-ditch effort. So he should call someone to take care of the beaver and take them somewhere else. But he's not gonna.
Love being out in nature. Anyway, wish you guys all the best. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. If you haven't already, get Peacemaker Society membership. Go to the Freedom package, and we have people that will be calling. Just go ahead and put your email in. We have good sales managers, good customer service.
Thank you, Maria. I like this shirt, too. Sarah bought it for herself, but it didn't fit her, so it's pretty nice. Here's 12 minutes of him destroying the beaver dam.
Okay, everybody. Hello, it is Marcel from Peacemaker Society.
Logarth says, pro tip, beaver poop contains giardia and is a great way to contract the parasite is to destroy a dam. Yikes.
We're doing round 2 on the beaver dam. So yesterday, you saw me deal with this a chunk, but Mr. Beaver decided he was going to put it all back. So...
yeah, so he did destroy it previously, and now the beaver built another dam overnight, which, of course, the beaver's going to spend a ton of energy and time doing this, and Marcel's just going to destroy it again. So instead of Marcel calling conservation authorities and having them move the beaver elsewhere, which would be reasonable and best for the beaver, Marcel's just going to keep slowly destroying this beaver's home and making it spend more and more time and energy rebuilding its home until it dies. What an asshole.
Now I'm going to do my work. So again, I would rather leave this, but if I leave it, conservation's going to come kick this little guy out of his home. So...
what home? You're destroying his home.
Try and help him by making it they don't come make him leave. Poor guy. He worked so hard on this. Sorry, Mr. Beaver. Very sorry, buddy. I would rather leave this, but the whole creek all the way up will back up. And none of the farmers' lands will be able to drain. And then they go ahead and they send you can see his chew marks there on his branch, and then you can move these out of here. He's going for bigger branches. I guess he realized I'm moving it. Mr. Beaver. I don't like saying Mr. Mr. is expensive. And again, if you guys are stuck in a city, anything like that, peacemakersociety.org, learn your rights, and you guys can get out in nature as well, as opposed to being stuck.
How much beaver poop is this dude spraying all over himself?
All that crap. Lies. I just saw a doctor talking about how there's worms in the face masks, the ones that you guys buy. I was just telling a guy at a gas station about it, and he's like, oh, my job makes me wear it. It's like, well, your job's killing you.
He's not just using the tool, though. He just touched that one with his bare hand.
That's dumb, but being a chump. And,
yeah, he's also claiming worms and face masks, so...
I really like these pants, but they just got dirty. That's the only thing about being in the country. You are not going to stay clean most of the time. I thought this was going to be a little easier, but he does a darn good job getting all of this. In here like this. Beaver knows what he's doing. Trying to break it up so it flows. I worry more about getting my branches.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a wildlife sanctuary, according to him, by the way. He bought this property to be a wildlife sanctuary.
I love this. This guy's awesome. Look at his work. And to all the people, you see my videos where I'm swearing at people because I'm trying to help everybody. Try to save your homes. Like this beaver. Trying to make it. I just lost my handle. Well, like everything, it's old.
I'm gonna save this video in case it does turn out to be illegal to do this and Marcel tries to delete it. That way I could send it somewhere if it needs to be.
Of course, it broke. I have a big pole here, though, that I will use in the long run. Hopefully, I'll find that. Or, let's get another one.
Thank you, Hug Trees. Glad you're liking the stream. Now he just has a stick because the head of his hoe fell off or something.
I'm sure a few people watching this video would like that. But I'm the man, so I don't mess up like that. Usually. Now that I said that, I'll be like,
Renita Chan, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, Marcel's called me out. He doesn't like me because I debunked his nonsense.
It's all intertwined.
I'm just gonna skip around through this. We get it. He's being a dick.
Beautiful. Sometime this summer I'll go and try and recover my whole step there. That's not going anywhere.
So he is just gonna leave his
well, you guys,
the head of his hoe in the river. Right.
That is breaking up a beaver dam. I'll try and come out and get you guys some video of the actual beaver because he's super cute. He doesn't like it when I come too close. He slaps his tail and goes under the water. But anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video. And please Please learn your freedom and rights. Nature's depending on it, I'm depending on it, you're depending on it, the whole world's depending on it. You have to learn your rights. Just like the never-ending story, peacemakersociety.org, freedom package, all rights reserved university.org, competent air course, go learn now or you're effed. And just so you guys know, there's worms in the masks you're buying from the stores. We have a video on our website right now proving it, peacemakersociety.org. Thanks guys, hope you enjoyed the beaver dam. Cheers, bye-bye.
Jesus Christ. Oh, we missed part 2.
Hi everybody, I thought it'd be a good time to update you guys on how this is going. So we've been using I've been using my makeshift little bungee cord / metal grappling hook. It worked a decent amount. I got some stuff out. Then I had my stick here, was using that. That was good, I could leverage it. But then I decided I was gonna go get another tool, and then under here, somebody had this already. So a lot of times I'm hard on the previous owners, but this time, this tool being here, definitely the best way to go. So what I did is, this ice turns out it's still really...
Christian American with a 10-month streak says, is missed the right word for that, since I'm apparently a masochist, yes.
Solid. So I took one of these rocks, put it out there. I figured if the rock doesn't break it, I won't. So far that's held up. So I've actually been standing on this piece of ice and standing on this rock, so don't fall in. Now I wanted to show you guys, this is what he builds with. So beavers, really, this is amazing how well this is. So he has all this fiber, trees, roots, and then he packs it all with the dirt in between. So as you can see, I've gotten this running. Turns out
it's poop, Marcel. You're touching beaver poop.
Totally blocked, but this is the best tool for this, just because it actually grabs it and lets me break up this mound underneath here. Again, I'm not sure how well you can see, but that's as deep as that goes. It's not very deep because it's all beaver dam. So I just wanted to update you guys, show you that's what's in there. Beavers can definitely teach us, well, I'm sure they already have.
What's his justification for destroying the beaver dam? He says that there are conservationist people from the government that come and check out the area every once in a while. And according to him, if they find the beaver dam, they're going to try and transport the beaver somewhere else. Which, if that's what the conservationist people think that needs to be done, then they should do that. Marcel somehow thinks he's saving the beaver by destroying the beaver dams, by keeping it from being moved elsewhere, even though this is going to kill the beaver, doing this over and over again, and letting it waste energy and time on this stuff, rather than, you know, survival.
Taught us to build dam building and stuff, but you can see little bits of stuff, and I'm going to finish this up before the water melts this ice here. So I'll see you guys in a while. It's going well, but if you're ever doing this, you need a hoe. That's the best thing to break up a beaver dam. That, and if it were a bigger one, probably a chainsaw, but for this one, that won't be needed. Thanks guys, see you soon, bye-bye.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Marcel. Okay, I'm going to save this one too, just in case. Starting to think Marcel isn't very smart. He will have you know... Hold on, I gotta cancel it. Anytime Marcel talks about that, Marcel has an IQ of 130 or something, according to him. He's like, I took an IQ test, and I have an IQ of 130. I'm a genius. And it's funny. Querulous Artisan with 100 bits says, alright, I gotta hop out and get ready for stream. I'll catch you next stream. Coolio. Logarth says, okay, so beavers move every year, build new dams regularly, eat trees, bark, and softwood. So as long as they're building, they're eating. This guy's an asshole, but the beavers are basically gonna just move somewhere else. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid. Do 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 do. Why is everyone playing Sea of Thieves? Are they playing together? You don't want to raid again? That's okay. You can leave the stream. That was always an option. Christian American with 200 bits says, my IQ was measured at 128 and I'm an idiot clown. I never know who to pick for a raid. It's always tough. I've done Demon Mama raid recently. That dude has enough viewers right now. We just did Riverboat Jack. We could do Squid. What's about Shark?
You two talking past each other, but I know the audience can pick up on that extremely quickly, and so basically a moderator who's a part of the audience in those debates, they can pick up on that as well. Lots of the times, yeah, like redirecting conversations and helping bridge gaps, and understand when you two are just yelling at each other. It's not just because you disagree.
Have a good night, everyone.
Don't even understand what each other's talking about.
I don't have electrolysis tomorrow like I normally do on Fridays, so I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll probably be doing Chud Watch tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Make sure you go check out Suris's stuff. Thanks again, Suris, for coming on the stream earlier today. Appreciate it. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. Have a good night.
Can we just be like, bro, socialism never been tried?